Recording in progress.
Go ahead and call this meeting to order and pass it to Clementine for a roll call and announcements for public meeting participation rules.
Councilmember Barber,
Present.
Councilmember Garcia,
Here.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Here.
Councilmember Smith,
Here.
and Mayor Williamson.
Here.
And for the safe attendance of our public meetings, wearing a mask is recommended in the chamber, and please keep phones and devices muted to prevent audio interference. There are two ways to virtually participate in today's meeting. You may join us using the Zoom app on your computer or mobile device, and you can also call into the Zoom meeting. To join the meeting on Zoom on your computer, smartphone, or telephone, use the link or phone number on the agenda at isearchmonterey.org. An up-to-date version of the Zoom software must be used. To call in by telephone, dial toll-free 833-568-8864, then enter meeting ID 160-772-9333 pound, and if prompted to enter participant ID, press pound. Detailed instructions on using and updating Zoom are available at monterey.org/public meetings. To make a public comment using the Zoom app, you can virtually raise your hand by pressing the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. If you dialed in by phone, raise your hand by dialing *9, and then unmute yourself when called upon by dialing *6. You must do both. Public commenters will be muted until it is their turn to speak, and I'll call on each public speaker in the order of their hands raised. Please stay within the time limit established for the meeting, and a countdown timer will be shown on the screen. If you're connected live on Zoom, the timer is accurate with no delay. Today's meeting is also streamed live on the city's YouTube account at youtube.com/City of Monterey with about 10 seconds delay, and on Comcast channel 25 with up to 90 seconds delay. And we look forward to receiving public comment.
Thank you, Clementine. And then with that, we will go to public comment for items that are not on today's agenda.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. I'm sorry Hans is not here, but I'm sure Nat will pass this on. I've got a handout that came around. Can we have it displayed, please?
Got it.
And I call your attention about 2/3 of the way down on this sheet. Friday, May 1st, 1908. Yesterday was May 1st. 115 years ago, the Great White Fleet of the U.S. Navy called in Monterey. If you notice above there, other West Coast ports, San Diego, Los Angeles, Santa Barbara, Monterey, Santa Cruz, San Francisco, Seattle, and Tacoma. The point is, the Navy has been coming here for a long time. This was the first port in Monterey. Again, my name is Tom Raleigh. I'm got a lot of extracurricular activities, one of which is as a member of the Sanctuary Advisory Council. I appeared before you, and I felt that the whole presentation was given short shrift by Hans on the risks to having ships call in Monterey, whether it's a cruise ship or a commercial ship or a U.S. Navy ship, which was not even discussed at the City Council meeting when you decided not to support cruise ship visits. That decision, I believe, was a mistake. And I'd like to try and convince one of the three that voted for it, which was the mayor, Mr. Garcia, and Mr. Hoffa, to change the vote so we can get permission and get support of cruise ship visits. What we've done is direct the cruise ships to Santa Barbara, one of our competitors in hospitality. It's like shooting ourselves in the foot. So if you read through, did you know when the Great White Fleet visited Monterey? There used to be a picture in a bank in downtown Monterey that showed the Great White Fleet at Anchorage in Monterey, 1908. You had, during the City Council meeting, you had very clear explanation of why the risks have totally been minimized. And the one time that we had somebody violate, they got busted and were banned from coming back here. So there is no reason why the city of Monterey cannot risk having cruise ships visit. It's absolutely insane not to have the cruise ships visit here. We're cutting our nose off to save our face. So I'd urge one of the three that voted for it to reverse your vote, because Barber and Smith voted against the motion that was proposed by the city manager. And I hope that you pass on to Hans, that was a bad decision. It remains a bad decision. And the sooner you can reverse it, the sooner we'll be in competition with our competitors on cruise ships. So thank you.
Hello, Mayor, City Council, everyone. Good to be here, staff, officer. Came out for two announcements. First of all, on Thursday, National Day of Prayer, the Monterey Prayer Breakfast is holding an event down at the Portola Hotel, 6:30 in the morning. I know it's early, but God's up before you, I promise. But 6:30, 8:30, we have an amazing performance by Simon Bull, who's a very well-known artist. Within 15 minutes, he paints an amazing picture, just amazing, the gifts God's given him. He also gives a great sermon. I meet with him often on Saturdays. We have a men's Christian group at Carmel Presbyterian Church. Everyone's welcome there, and it's pretty amazing, his sermons that he gives, so expect that. It is $45. I have sponsorships available for those who can't quite afford it. Everyone could sign up, is available until tomorrow. Just make sure that you get to the website and sign that. Send an email to the website. I'll get it and I'll make it sure to get you in there. Second address to prove there really is a God. We got our appellate court ruling from Superior Court, from the appellate court, and we won on all counts, hands down. They do have an appeal process, which would take it out 60 days, but there's zero chance of an appeal the way they ruled. 100% the property is back in our hands in 60 days. 100% they affirmed the foreclosure. We can now move forward with our lawsuit against Coastal Commission. As you may know there, they gave an intent to issue a permit for the coastal development permit. I inquired about that before purchase, got counseling from them during the purchase, got them all to set the forms up. And then after a year being in there and they found no change of circumstances, they came back with a change of circumstances. Apparently in that year, the sea level rise another 0.25% or something. But anyway, we're going to continue that battle. We're going to try to get the thing together. We really appreciate the support of the city, anything they can do. Particularly, why don't we work on our local coastal development plan? I know that's been going on for a long time, but really inspired we do that so we can control our own city, what we have here, and anything I can do to make this development project better for the city, better for the people, the community, let me know. My heart is for the community, making it better. And I thank you for your time.
Mayor, may I ask, I wanted to have you, if you would give the website that was directing, you were saying there were tickets available.
Sure, I'm sorry about that. Very good. You're better at this than me.
Website, please.
It's MontereyPB.org. That stands for MontereyPrayerBreakfast.org, MontereyPB.org. You can sign up there. There's a phone number, call that goes direct to me, and I can also take it on the phone and help you with any issues or problems.
Thanks, Bob.
Thank you.
Why doesn't the next person jump up? Whoever it is.
Clementine needs just a few, yeah, she's, what's happening here is that Ms. Moffett has some graphics that she's shared with us that we will share on the screen, but in the meantime.
Hello, Steve Lightfoot here. The John Lennon man drives around with the big yellow van. Last visit here, I said, I'm famous. And you know what? I am. I just took a trip down to Los Angeles, San Diego, and Palm Springs. 80% of everybody down there knows who I am. I'm getting people waving at me. They see my van. Hey, haven't seen you because I used to live down there for 4 or 5 years. Fame's a funny thing. 1 minute, you're just nobody. The next thing, the entire Southern California population recognizes you. So what are you going to do when I break my story about John Lennon's murder? And then I can rat out all the people that try to give me a hard time here in Monterey. Huh? Don't think I won't do it. You know, you like to call me a nuts, but it just keeps you people stupid. I got another sign that says cowardly public, apathetic. I'm fighting the evil monster in all of us called jealousy, fear, apathy. These are the things that destroy life on earth. I'm one of the few people who gave a damn when there was no trial for Mark David Chapman. The rest of us just sucked our thumbs and said, oops, the government got us again. I just keep my mouth shut. We all know they killed John Lennon. Oh boy, no trial. Oh boy, we know what that means. But I went to my library and by God, I wasn't looking for the bold print codes. I wasn't looking for the killer's face 3 months before the murder. I wasn't looking for Mark David Chapman's name and letter to the editor 3 weeks before the murder where he explains how Reagan is moving him armed into a hostile square. I wasn't looking for Richard Nixon's book sitting right next to Reagan the day of the murder in Time and Newsweek that talks about killing John Lennon. Below the headline, who's in, who's out the day of the murder, Reagan's in, Lennon's out. Yeah, folks, I cracked the military government codes in our major magazines all about John Lennon's murder. Nixon and Reagan let Stephen King kill John Lennon. Yoko is involved. Chapman's a decoy lookalike, never went to trial. Last time I was here, I said, mass shootings, jail Stephen King. Like there's a connection. Like he wrote, I forgot to mention that visit, that Stephen King in 1974, I believe, before he was a famous person, he wrote a book called Rage under the pen name Richard Bachman. The Rage book was about a student who shot up his classmates in school. He got kicked out of his hometown for it too. People found out about it. And now do you see what's biting you in the butts? You know, I could hold that police vehicle upside down and say your police department's upside down because you're working on the side of the Soviets if you're coming after me. You're crushing free speech if you're coming after me. You're crushing the right of the people to know if you come after me. You're upside down coming after me. Thank you.
Get 3 for the price of 1 here.
Hi, good afternoon, City Council, Mr. Mayor. We're here representing the Monterey Museum of Art to share the success of our most recent public arts festival called the Block Party, which took place on April 15th at the museum, but also on Calle Principal. So this was a public arts festival that really celebrated art connecting community members. And we had over 40 vendors, community organizations, performers come together to celebrate the day in a family-friendly event. We had over 3,000 visitors to this event and then 400 for our dance party, which took place later in the evening. So we had a lot of response from our community members and also our vendors and how they participated in this event. We had press from the Monterey County Weekly, the Herald, KAZU, and KSBW also featured the museum's event and their programs.
I'm just here to share some of the things that the vendors said that we worked with on the block party. So Bill Witowski, Old Monterey Foundation, we worked with Plein Air Painters, said what made Saturday special were 3 nonprofits working together to have a day of art in downtown Monterey. Martha Tonkin from Monterey High School said, what a super amazing, mind-blowingly fun, inspiring, uplifting, beautifully planned and orchestrated event. So we need just enough adjectives. Ashley If from Cali Legends Fundraising Committee said this event was legendary, as well as a fantastic way to showcase such passionate artistry in the community. And Francesca Garibaldi from Monterey Public Library. Our community needed this time together. It was a joy to have art connecting our community and to connect with wonderful local organizations. So art connecting community and us connecting with local vendors and local businesses, which is such a big part of the community here in Monterey, was wonderful. Thank you.
The main reason we decided to come and give you kind of a little report is that this was our inaugural year. And the idea is that we come back every year and do something similar to this, bigger, better, funnier, faster. We're attempting to, in addition to celebrating art connected community, also activate the historic district. We actually need more street. We thought we were going to have about 1,000 people show up, and we had 3,000 people show up. There were no train wrecks, but it was really exciting to see that many people excited about connecting with one another, with organizations, doing hands-on art. Our vendors look very different than any of the other events that you care to go to. We did our subsequent sponsors luncheon at the Barns at Cooper Malera, and we intend to continue that tradition, not just the block party and the dance party, but doing our gala, if you will, at the barns. That was really successful and wonderful. And our next date next year is planned April 6th and 7th. So we want to thank the city, the employees, the planners, and everybody that helped us make this possible. And we look forward to coming back and partnering with you again next year. Thank you.
Thank you. The adjectives reminded me of the previous mayor. So you all may not know, but the previous mayor was very keen on using adjectives for folks. So thank you for that happy flashback.
I got the picture. Good evening. I am still reeling from the last city council vote to go ahead with the Iris Canyon sediment removal project. This project does not fit into the city value drivers at all. It is an environmentally devastating project costing the city much more than is necessary. These pictures show some of the breaches where water flowed onto the street. There is a much simpler solution and less costly one, both to the city's budget and the environment. Take the sediment and bank up all along the breach areas and the embankments. Take out the channel debris and some of the islands within the channels. Leave the trees that hold the sediment, so when the next storm waters hit, the sediment that was once held intact by the tree and the roots will not go into the lakes below. Obviously, this company knows how to keep these projects expensive and invasive. 5 years they plan to water newly planted trees, whereas if they left the trees, they wouldn't need to water. They know by poisoning the soil with herbicides, it will take longer for their plants to take hold, which is more money for them. The use of herbicides also goes against the city's value drivers, which are supposed to protect our natural resources and preserve what little wildlife we have left. Instead, it's business as usual. Bring on the herbicides, cut the trees. You allow these companies to come in carte blanche without question. Shame on all of you for not truly evaluating the harm this project does, for not speaking out at the time of the vote and saying, go back and do more environmentally sensitive sound project. Only our city mayors spoke out about the herbicide use, and then the engineer department made it sound as if there would hardly be any spraying at all, which is a huge lie. It's a massive spraying project. Didn't you read the specs? All of you should have voted out the herbicides and told this company to come back with a less invasive plan. You should have spoken out and used your power for good. You should have prudently spoken up and proudly said, we believe in protecting our wildlife from such harm. We don't want these poisons in our streams and rivers and lakes. We know that herbicides cause great harm and insidiously poison the whole ecosystem at large. You complain the city has no funding for housing, but you spend millions on the Iris Canyon demolition projects and parking lots instead of mass transit alternatives, like lobbying Congressman Panetta to bring back the train with Biden's climate change budget. You need to do better stewards of our environment and to ourselves.
Hello. Been a while.
Hi there. Hi. My name is Jody Emerson, and I'm a longtime resident of Monterey since 1986. And I want to address you and thank you for your service, all of you, council members and Mayor Williamson. I haven't been here much at all, and that's my bad. I wasn't here when you discussed the Iris Canyon project. I wasn't here when the Merrill Gardens project years ago was discussed. I assume that's in the city of Monterey, but I'm not even sure. I used to walk to work along Iris Canyon. I lived in Oak Grove on 7th Street for 26 years. And I walked to the Del Monte Shopping Center to work up Iris Canyon. It's a beautiful corridor. It's full of life. It has a stream. We don't have that many streams in Monterey. There's water in that stream most of the time. I was just alerted a couple of days ago that there's going to be this sediment removal project and that they're going to remove 75 trees, I heard, and use glyphosate to kill. I'm assuming the ivy, there is a lot of invasive ivy there. I don't know. I just want to express my sadness that the trees are going to be cut down and that the glyphosate or the Roundup, whatever it's called, is going to be used, because certainly that is a very toxic chemical. I should be here more often to speak up when things are being discussed. This is after the fact, apparently. As I was walking there yesterday and I was thinking, how many other places like this have already gone away that I never knew about? And now here's one more that's changing, hopefully not irreparably. Let's hope. And as a matter of fact, I was thinking, do we even need this lower portion of Iris Canyon Road? We've been doing without it now for months. Could we make a park here like the Frog Pond? That would be awesome. So I'm a lover of nature, and I need to show up here more often. Thank you.
Thanks, Jody. And I would just offer, for what it's worth, right, we have to be careful not to go into the discussion decisions that has already been made, but you can go back and watch the council meeting from our last meeting, and some of those points that you have raised were discussed at the last meeting, and it might help provide a little bit of clarity for you. And it's not an absolute that the pesticide yes would be used. It's an option for the project, but it's not guaranteed. So I would go back and listen to that, because I think it would be enlightening to be a little bit more informed in regards to the details of the project. Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak on this item, or items not on today's agenda? Either or, it's up to your choosing. All right, we'll close public comment in the chamber and we'll go online. Is there anybody online?
Yes, we do have a telephone caller with the last three digits, 902. Go ahead, please.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. I wanted to join in the comments from the last speaker and from Lorna Moffett about the Iris Canyon project. I also used to walk in that corridor frequently. It was my route to MPC when I attended school there many years ago. And it's as the last speaker said, it's an amazing place and unusual to have such a place in an urban environment that's wild. I have seen changes to that corridor, bad things that have happened in that corridor that have that the city and others have created with that, dumping logs and dumping massive amounts of chips in the area. And it's property owners who have allowed ivy to escape from their yards. They have never been fined or dealt with in any way to cause them to corral their yards better. But that ivy also does provide habitat for many animals when the other vegetation has died. I'm appalled that glyphosate would even be considered an option with all that's now known about it. And that any trees would be killed to remove sediment doesn't make sense. I have asked the city before that they bring in permaculture experts to do sensitive, nature-based earthwork rather than chainsaws, machetes, earth movers, equipment that's going to cause soil compaction and problems, and adding chemicals to a watershed doesn't make any sense at all. Especially since with glyphosate, the city stopped using it again due to the outreach of Lorna Moffett years ago. The city needs to take action and do something different with this plan. This is a canyon that's beautiful, and but it's being eroded, and once it's gone, then it becomes just like any other place. And we need to be informed by nature-based decisions, earth-based decisions, not by what's easiest and apparently by what's most expensive. There are people in this area who are experts in restoration, land restoration, in the most sensitive and careful way possible. I ask the city to rethink this proposal.
Thank you. And I do not see any further hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, perfect. Thank you for everybody that participated in public comment. And with that, we will move to the consent agenda. I've requested that item number 5 be pulled. Does anybody on the council wish to pull any of the other items?
Item number 3.
Item number 3. Okay, anybody else in the council? Okay. Is there, let's take out to the public to see if there's any items that the public wishes to pull. Any items in the public? How about online?
No hands raised.
Okay, so we'll bring it back to the council for a
Make a
motion.
motion to approve the consent agenda with the exception of items 3 and 5.
Second.
Okay, and okay, 1 second here. And then I just want to identify that item number 4 is a first reading to amend the flavored tobacco ordinance, which is part of the motion on the consent agenda. Any other comments from the council? All right, let's go and do roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
That's a yes for me. And then with that, we'll go to item number 3, which is another first reading for the implementation of financial hardship fee waivers for appeals and updating the administrative citation advanced deposit hardship waiver eligibility criteria. And I'll start off with maybe just passing it to Councilmember Smith for questions, concerns in regards to that.
Yeah, I think it merits having a brief presentation since it's a first reading, as well as it's in the public interest to be aware of the change of our appeals process in terms of fees. So I think just to highlight to make sure that the public is aware of it for the education and information piece.
Perfect. That sounds good. So I'll pass it to Nat, our Assistant City Manager, for staff presentation.
This was prepared by City Attorney Chrissy Davi, so I'll pass it on to Chrissy in this case.
That's what we do here. Just keep passing.
Great job.
Christy, you can pass it to
I'm
anybody
gonna
else.
pass it Come on, Andrea.
Everybody's ducking.
Chief Hope.
That's the team spirit right there.
We're not getting the results I envisioned.
Okay, so I will try to summarize this. Very recently, the city council increased the fees for certain planning applications and for certain planning appeals, and also established new fees for the appeals hearing board, the disabled access appeals board, and the building code appeals board. So along with that, the council did direct that we come back with a mechanism to have a fee waiver from that 100% cost recovery policy for those that are indigent and unable to pay for those costs. And so that's what this ordinance accomplishes. It mirrors the same fee waiver type program that's used by the Monterey County Superior Court, for example, and it's based on criteria delineated in the agenda report. We also added one other component of if you own real property that you not be eligible for a fee waiver. We have had some instances of short-term rental violators that own their house that they're renting for short-term rentals that have then declared that they don't have adequate income to pay for the advanced deposit to have an appeal. That doesn't seem quite right. So that's what we're proposing that the council approve. This way, you'll get 100% cost recovery where appropriate. And then for those that can't afford to pay, they have the ability to apply for a fee waiver.
Perfect. Thank you, Christy. I'll pass it back to Councilmember Smith for any questions.
No, just a comment. I think it was Alan Hoffa that brought this up and started the conversation. So I think it's the right thing to do. I know that with the number of appeals that the city has, there will be a cost factor, but I think it's the right thing to do in terms of giving some forgiveness for those case by case that can prove that their income is below. And there is a standard that's attached to this. I think it's appropriate in this policy. So with that, if there's no other discussion, I'll make a motion to approve item number 3.
I'll second that.
Okay, any other questions from the council at this time?
No, I do have a comment, which is I agree with Councilmember Ed that I think the city attorney's office kind of found the right approach and using the Monterey County Superior Court's methodology for kind of identifying hardship, I think makes a lot of sense. So we're consistent with them.
Thank you, Councilmember Hoffa. Stick it out to the public for comment. We'll start off in the chamber. Anybody wish to speak on this item? Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I hope that you won't vote for this. This is total corruption. I, for example, appealed the 2 Ryan Ranch project, which is going to bring in 6,700 more daily trips to that area. And you all voted it in. You don't ever think about mass transit or bringing back the train or doing anything. It's just, oh yeah, more parking lots. We'll cut down this forest. That's all you do. You vote for these horrible projects, and then poor people with middle income like myself. I'm a poor person. I'm in between, a retired elderly person. I try to make this a better place and fight for the environment, and you've made it totally impossible. And you do it with a smile. Oh, this is why we're doing it, No, I will no longer be able to appeal those projects because I can't afford them. And they're your mistake. Your mistake. You gave bad information. The planning department gave incorrect information to the architect committee when it was deliberating whether to cancel out that parking lot and say to Chomp, you go back and figure out some mass transit alternatives. No, instead, she came in and said, oh, guess what? You can't do that. It's a vested map. It's solid. And it's not solid. If it's harming the community, it's not solid. So I have to make an appeal for your mistake. And with my money, and you go ahead and okay all these projects like Iris Canyon and everything. The only good thing it seems that Hans did was to stop the cruise ships. You did a great thing there. That was so brave of you. But you're not being brave on these other issues, and you really cannot allow this to happen. It is totally illegal and totally corrupt. And you mustn't stop the American people from trying to make this a better place and a better community. And that's exactly what you're doing. So go ahead and vote for this like you do everything else.
Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, let's take it online, please.
Yes, we have Ms. Beatty on this item. Go ahead, please.
Yes, this is Nina Beatty. So when a project has errors and problems, when errors are made in staff and agenda reports, when there are mistakes, or when it affects legal rights, civil rights, like the Fair Housing Act or the Americans with Disabilities Act, applicants have to pay to have a rehearing, to have these looked at again, hopefully with a fresh set of eyes. And now applicants such as myself have to pay 100% of fees, which still has not been clarified. I asked this at the last meeting. There were essentially 2 figures. One was extremely high in the thousands of dollars, and one was only marginally higher in the $100 or $200 more, but there's no clarity on this. Appeal waiver rules that you have in front of you won't apply to most people. The staff set the limit so high that most won't qualify. And those people who are so broke that it would apply to can't live in the city of Monterey, or they are so busy working multiple jobs just to keep a roof over their heads and buy food that they have no time to appeal a project. I'm not talking about cases where a homeowner is got a second accessory dwelling unit. It's clearly this has to be a case-by-case basis. But the Monterey County Superior Court standards are a completely different situation. They routinely deal with indigent people. In fact, that seems to be the cases that they go after the most is indigent people. So it makes sense that there be a fee waiver. I'm also very disturbed that the draft ordinance doesn't allow a fee waiver for those who have an ownership interest in real property. This is not just ADU situations. These are people that have homes and something may be built near them. So those who paid off their mortgage and live on Social Security and have unknown personal expenses such as medical bills, may be barely able to stay in their home, they're not eligible. So instead of going after reallocation of the property taxes so that the city gets a bigger share, that to me is a high priority issue. because it is unjust that the cities are being given basically last place for any funds that come from property taxes. That should be done. But this thing before you is just another example of smoke and mirror policy making in Monterey.
And Mr. Mayor, there are no further comments.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
So are there any comments on the council?
Yeah, I'll make one comment. In the spirit of what we're trying to do here, I want to make sure that the folks know that this will actually help some folks in the appeal process based on their documented earnings. And that's what we're really after, is so that we are not collecting 100% from every appeal. It's based on their ability to pay. Those that do own property in Monterey, that do have the appeal, or that do have motivation to appeal and the means to pay, are expected to pay 100% of the appeals process. That unfortunately is something that is not what we're trying to change. We're trying to find a pathway for a appeal process for those that do not have the earnings to be able to support the cost of that appeal. That's what the target is. A lot of the other topics are for other parts and policies, but this is a narrow policy, a change of the cost of an appeal. And that's it. It's lowering the amount for those that are not capable of paying based on their earnings.
Sorry, Robert.
Yes, I was basically echoing the same thing. My understanding in reading on page 18, it shows about the fee waiver is to reduce costs for people who are not able to pay. So I think that was what the whole concept and the essence of this, what we're talking about tonight, is trying to help those who are in a lower bracket to be able to still be able to appeal and not have to worry about doing the fee waiver. Because we want anyone, if they're in a position where something is not right, we want to fix it. So, and that means being able to have everyone to have equal access, to have it to be equitable. So that's what we're looking at here, is to have it more equitable. So people who need to appeal something are still able to appeal and not have to worry about paying for it.
Anybody else on this side? So what I will say is, and I think in alignment with what I'm hearing from my colleagues, we had a previous agenda item where we looked at adjusting our fees, which is a typical normal business process for this city and every other city. And I think it's our responsibility to make sure that we appropriately fund the staff services that support the appeal process. I think that we heard public feedback, and there was also some opinions expressed on the council that we wanted to make sure that certain folks in the community still had the opportunity to not have that opportunity taken away from them, so that they could still participate with the appeal process. This may not be perfect, but this is better than not having anything at all. So let's continue keeping the conversation open around opportunities that exist around how do we make sure that the appropriate folks are carved out in this process. I think staff did a good job of at least getting us going here so that we can ensure that folks can participate in appeals. This isn't to say too that we don't have a very thorough process that this goes through. I mean, a lot of these projects go through planning commission, it goes through the council with the first and second reading. There's a lot of opportunities for the public to be engaged and involved with this process. And I imagine that all of my colleagues and myself are open to having conversations with community members that want to have conversations outside of council meetings. To me, it does not make sense for a homeowner that oftentimes has a high level of wealth. And I'll give an example. What is the historic homes designation? The Mills Act.
Mills Act.
So we have Mills Act projects that come in front of us. These are all homeowners that want to lower their property taxes, and they pay up until 2 council meetings ago when we approved that, they pay at a discounted rate that's not fully paying for the staff services associated with that. We have a responsibility to the taxpayers to make sure that we're appropriately charging fees we're not getting anything extra out of it. We don't benefit from that other than making sure that we create a balanced budget for this community. So with that, I will support the motion and I appreciate staff's efforts in addressing the community's needs as far as the request from the council. And with that, we'll go ahead and do roll call vote, please.
Oh, we did have the first and second. Sorry, I forgot. Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
That's a yes for me. Thank you for that discussion. Next, we will go to item number 5, which is to authorize the city manager enter into a funding agreement with the State Water Resources Control Board to accept a state budget allocation in the amount of $1 million and to authorize and designate a representative for the Lake El Estero diversion to sanitary sewer project and authorize an increase of FY23 revenue in the CIP state funding source fund and appropriation to the urban stormwater diversion project. I should have said this in a quicker way, but that doesn't tell you what we're doing. That's it right there. So I'll pass it to our assistant city manager, Nat, to introduce staff presentation.
Yep, very good. Thank you, Mayor and Council. While we get the presentation to share on Zoom, this is a very exciting project for the city. What's being recommended before you are 3 actions that would allow this project to begin. Back in June of 2022, the state legislature, along with Governor Newsom, approved the Budget Act of 2022, and there was a budget allocation of $1 million to support this project that would divert water within the Lake El Estero watershed and take that what is currently discharged untreated water instead to a sanitary sewer utility, and it would allow us to capture approximately 100 to an estimated 100 to 173 acre feet of water through the Monterey One Water Regional Treatment Plant. So we're currently at about 10% project design, and Tricia Wotan, our environmental regulations manager, will go into further detail about this project. She has some maps to share and more information about this very exciting project for us.
So Tricia, sorry, real quick, before we pass it, and I meant to do an introduction of why I asked this to be pulled. This is important, and Nat was getting to it a little bit, but water is obviously a huge topic in regards to the conversation of housing and housing construction. And so to see that the city is being proactive and finding solutions to add to our water supply should be applauded. So I appreciate staff and the efforts. I remember when I got onto the council that this was presented to me and was like a very huge champion of this. So to see that this is moving down the field here and the fact that we're getting funding from the state to help support us moving forward in this, I just think this is a really exciting opportunity. So I appreciate all of your work on this, Tricia. And with that, I'll pass it to you for the staff presentation.
Thank you so much, Mayor Williamson and members of the council. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, Nat, for the introduction. It has been quite a team effort, not only in the last decade with various staff here, but also with various agencies working diligently together in the last decade to prioritize this project and bring it to the fore, as you're going to see today. And I will not read the agenda title since that's been done here. Okay, I just wish to set the water supply context for anybody who may not be familiar. Monterey County is isolated from federal and state water project waters. And so historically, the Monterey Peninsula water supply has been derived from 2 sources, the local surface water of the Carmel River and groundwater of the Seaside Groundwater Basin. And as we're aware, for a few decades now, we've been in a situation of overuse. And so subsequently, there was a court-ordered reduction in use of these local water supplies. So that really was one of the original impetus for a larger project I'll mention here in just a moment. Monterey One Water has been an agency that I will just say we are members of Monterey One Water. So we are Monterey One Water, and I speak of them as though they're other from us, but we're all part of one trying to work together. So Monterey One Water is our regional wastewater treatment agency. They also work to create recycled water. And they've been working diligently with us and all their other partners in the region to develop the Pure Water Monterey project that many folks may be familiar with. That project is meant to identify drought-resistant, sustainable, and independent water supply for the region. And essentially Monterey One Water and the Pure Water Project, they take 4 types of wastewater, so municipal, industrial, crop drainage, and urban stormwater drainage, and they convert that to a safe, reliable, sustainable water supply. That water supply must meet or exceed state and federal drinking water standards. And so in trying to identify opportunities over the last decade plus, one of the projects that came to the top and rose to the top for us at the City of Monterey was the Lake Elistero Urban Diversion to Sanitary Sewer Project. This project was actually identified in the original Pure Water Monterey project that was analyzed in the original EIR. However, because the project does necessitate some special permitting from the State Water Board, because of the diversion from an existing water body, the project was on a different timeline than the original Pure Water Monterey project. And so to that end, at that time, even though it was analyzed environmentally in the mid teens, the project was dropped from the larger Pure Water Monterey project at that time. However, in the region, we embarked upon what's called the Stormwater Resource Plan in 2016, and that went from 2016 to 2019. That Stormwater Resource Plan was meant to work with all of our regional partners and stakeholders to identify projects regionally in the Monterey Peninsula region that we could prioritize based on their water supply, water quality, water sustainability benefits they would provide. Unfortunately, a few of our projects rose to the top. This one was one of them, the Lake Elistero Urban Diversion Project. And so in the approved 2019 Stormwater Resources Plan, again, that's a regional plan, this project was prioritized as one of about 7 or 10 different projects that rose to the top to be implemented as funding came about. Then after the Stormwater Resource Plan came into being, it was folded into, and all of you may or may not have heard of, the Integrated Regional Water Management Plan, the IRWMP. It's kind of a mouthful, but the IRWMP process has been in the planning works for about 2 decades. And only in 2019 did we just fold in these urban water supplies that could be an opportunity in our region. So in 2019, this project also, because it was part of the Stormwater Resource Plan, was prioritized in the IRWMP. And because of that, the project received, which at the time was paid regionally, a 10% concept design. And that 10% concept design brought forth the improvements that I'll show you today. They're just concept at this point, but essentially they're improvements to our existing storm and sewer system at 2 different locations in town. Our Lake Elistero pump station, there would be a diversion and connection to the sanitary sewer. And then at the Pearl and Figueroa intersection, there would be a box culvert improvement to allow for controlled water diversions from our existing box culvert along Figueroa Street to the lake as needed. Now, the preliminary water yield study, which is under revision again right now, shows greater than 100 acre feet per year as being a potential capture opportunity. But it's very likely that in what I'll call good hydrologic years, where we get a lot of water moving through the systems, we could actually achieve much more than that. And the updated yield study is going to provide those numbers to us. Additionally, we will realize water quality benefits by doing an urban diversion, because anytime you remove these waters that would otherwise be discharged to the Monterey Bay, and you're now placing them into the wastewater treatment system, all of a sudden that water is now going to be treated before it either gets discharged to the bay as treated from Monterey One Water, or it's reused, or it's injected into the ground and utilized later for water supply. So if we are to build a diversion project, Monterey One Water we'd be at their direction as to when the lake waters could go into their wastewater system because they are monitoring the capacity in their system throughout the year. Now, those diversions could occur any time of year, not simply during the dry season. There are dry periods between storm events during which water could be diverted. So at this point in time, the next steps for the actual project are to move forward with a detailed design, to develop our final project description so that we can move into the draft environmental public review documentation, and also the permitting process we'll go through. And these are screen captures of the 2 project locations currently that are envisioned in the concept form. On your left is the Figueroa and Pearl Street intersection, and you'll see some blue lines on the screen. Those blue lines are existing box culvert storm drains. So I'm pointing with the pointer along the Figueroa box culvert that has been in place since the 1940s. It's our primary box culvert that discharges waters out the side of Wharf 2 at the gate valve next to the Monterey City Beach. That was installed in the 40s for flood control purposes. At that time, we also had the Pearl Street box culvert that discharged to the lake. However, over time, it was determined that they were going to abandon the majority of the flows that would go to the Pearl Street box culvert to the lake. So as of today, only a small amount of water actually makes it into that existing Pearl Street box culvert. And so part of this project would be to install controlled devices at this location to allow us to decide when we may divert waters from the box culvert into the lake if that were needed for the diversion project. On the right is the northern Lake El Estero pump station. And essentially, it's pretty straightforward infrastructure, but we would have a pump mechanism at this location, plus a connection to existing sanitary sewer lines in this location.
Is that brown line the current Monterey One Water storm drain system?
That's a great question. I believe that is, the dark brown line is the city sewer. I apologize. I do not know what the light brown line is. I believe the Monterey One Water line is out at the beach still at this point.
Well, just while you're here, so the dotted pink line is what you were identifying would be constructed there.
Correct.
And so that connects the pump station that exists now that would pump it out to the bay, but we would develop that, construct that to that brown line there, which I'm assuming that's M1W.
This brown line that it connects to on the southern end here, this is a city sewer. So what we'll do is we'll actually divert into our own city sewer collection system. And then via our system, it will go into the Monterey One Water regional trunk line.
Okay, thank you for that.
Sure. As for the state budget allocation, this was just one of many water and sustainability projects that was funded and approved by the state legislature and the governor in the Budget Act of 2022. As I've mentioned previously, our partners in this project are Monterey One Water, the Monterey Peninsula Water Management District, as well as the former Assembly Member Stone's office. We worked with Stone's office, the Monterey One Water and district teams to get this project listed and considered at the budget subcommittee. And after review of the many projects that came forth to them for water sustainability, we were chosen to be one of the ones to move forward for final consideration. The state funding will directly support the Lake Urban Diversion Project, although we also have a city urban diversion CIP project that contains city stormwater funds that are going to help us jumpstart this project and get it moving forward. And then we'll be in a configuration with the state that once we demonstrate we're starting to occur expenses, we will be submitting documentation to the state for reimbursement of the costs. Okay. We did receive a list of questions, Mayor Williamson, and I wasn't sure if you'd like me just to jump into some answers for you, or if you had any other thought on how you'd like to proceed.
I think you could go ahead and just run through
Great.
them. I think it's helpful. I know that there's folks listening that are very interested in kind of the direction of this. So I think you just going about it and then I can go after.
Great,
Yeah,
excellent.
thank
Thank
you.
you very much. Okay, great. So we received a question asking about the role of the State Water Board versus the city in this project. So the city will be the lead agency for this project, the lead local agency. And the State Water Board's role will be twofold. They are actually the administering agency for the legislature for this particular funding. So they are going to be our funding administrator. And then on the permitting side, we will be seeking what's called a water appropriation permit from the State Water Board to be able to perform a diversion from the lake to the sanitary sewer system. So they will have two roles in this project. We also received a question, what was the estimated cost of the project? And what was the how would the funding work? And so the cost of the project has been estimated overall at $1 million. And we did receive a $1 million reimbursement from the state budget allocation. So this is really great news. So for the funds that we spend, we'll be able to submit those for reimbursement to the state. We have already utilized a combination of our stormwater utility funds to get this project going. In fact, we have an on-call environmental consultant who is working on helping us with the water yield study as well as the CEQA documentation at this time. So as soon as we have a draft CEQA disclosure document for the public's review, we will be returning to council. And there was a question about, is there any way to expedite the implementation of this project? If I understood it correctly, council could consider supplemental funding earlier than what we're currently envisioning. This is a 3-year, $1 million project. We anticipate going into construction in 2025. And then actually past 2025, we have to do some demonstration inspections with the State Water Board to ensure that the facilities that we have installed are viable and adequately pumping at the rates and in the way that we have mutually agreed to with the State Water Board. So even though the project is meant to be constructed by 2025, there will still be some work in the years that follow 2025 just to demonstrate that this is a viable diversion project, but that is a typical action done for these types of water appropriation permits with the state. As I mentioned, this is a 3-year schedule, so a Gantt chart was requested. Unfortunately, we don't have a Gantt chart at this time, but I can share that in this year, 2023 to 24, our goal is to be working on the engineering design, the CEQA public review, and permitting to get all of that going and moving forward. And then in 2025, as I mentioned, construction is meant to occur. From all accounts, this is meant to be a fairly straightforward infrastructure improvement, actually, but there's a lot of work related to the environmental and the permitting and making sure that we've looked at all the possible opportunities in this project and that we're citing all the facilities correctly. And then there was a question about sea level rise. And so although sea level rise is not directly evaluated as a part of the CEQA process, we will be examining it as a part of the engineering design process. Certainly what could happen, just talking through this with our city engineer, we potentially may, if we determine, we could potentially move the actual diversion location from the north end of the lake to the southern end of the lake, where the land is higher along Fremont Avenue, and it's not meant to be inundated as early as perhaps the northern side of the lake in sea level rise projections. So those are the kinds of things we'll be looking at and considering with this system. It doesn't mean that we couldn't locate it where we have it now. It just means we need to talk through the engineering design particulars to determine what's going to be best for us in the long term in this investment. And there was a question about, have we looked at, are there alternative storage ideas in the wet season? Our wet season this year really got a lot of people thinking, seeing all this water moving through our systems. Could there be other alternative storage ideas that we could be thinking about as a city? And certainly, I would just point out that this, because of its large size, this lake project is really the biggest opportunity that we have seen for the last decade for us to realize utilization of natural storage to help us store more water than perhaps we may have had if we didn't create a connection into the box culvert, for instance. So there's a great storage potential in the lake. It's an over 18-acre lake. So we're frequently pumping it down. And, if we just pump it down 1 foot, that's 18 acre feet of water that just went from the system. So there will be opportunities in this period of construction and then doing the exercising of the system with the State Water Board of looking at what are the possibilities for the system, because they may actually be greater than we realize. But of course, it's going to depend on the hydrologic year. So it's going to depend on the kind of water we receive each year, when and if we're diverting. And but any bit of water that we divert now is more than we've been diverting before this point. So that's good news. But as for other alternative storage ideas besides the lake, so certainly there are potential surface and subsurface storage opportunities that we have. And we probably need to just embark on a greater study of where those opportunities exist. And then there was a question as to barriers. What are the barriers to wet season capture? And typically there's an engineering design solution for most anything. So when talking through this with my city engineer, we were just, basically came to, in all the aspects we were considering, was really the barriers or the limitations initially are the conveyance and treatment capacities of the regional system. But that doesn't mean that the regional system won't over time be increasing its capture capacities, its storage capacities, and its ability to treat more and more water for our region. In fact, in communications with Monterey One Water today, I was just learning more about how we're looking to into the future expand our injection abilities in the deep water wells. So again, wet weather injection capacities perhaps increasing over time, which is great news, because that means we can put more water into the ground to eventually later take out and utilize for the local water supply. Would you like me to read the recommendations?
Unless it's necessary, I'm good with it. Looking at it. Okay. Those were all of my questions, but I do have some more, but I do want to pass to my colleagues to see if there are any questions from the colleagues, so I don't dominate the questions here. And I appreciate taking the time last minute here to throw those together.
Yeah, I've got a few.
Yeah.
Patricia, thank you very much. It's good to see you. So come back and see us more often when we're going to talk about water.
Yes, thank you.
So on the washerwoman's holding, which is across the street below MPC, we know that ties together, but is that part of the 18-acre system called the Ulster Lake system?
I believe that would be in addition to the lake footprint itself. You're correct. It is part of the same drainage system,
Okay.
but that does add to the storage and the lake area.
And so with regards to the ability to look for opportunities in the future, during one of the very, very heavy storms, I had the occasion of looking out at the drainage that goes into the ocean, where it's the marina and it's right off of the rec trail, close to where Sloat's Landing would be in the mural.
Yes.
Very large culvert coming off of the Presidio Monterey Hill.
Yes.
And in part New Monterey. Is there any other opportunity? I mean, this is great. This is going to occupy us, and I hope we can move through the governance piece and permitting. But is there any other opportunity for other areas like the base of Presidio? where all that money, all that money, yeah.
Money is
One of
water.
the same,
Water
yeah.
is money.
One of the same, but the water is going out in large volumes.
Yes, that is a very astute observation because in fact, the second urban diversion project we have is in that location.
Okay.
The diversion is called the Olivier Street Urban Diversion Project
Okay.
Concept.
Makes sense.
And yes, and currently right now we're examining the potential feasibility to capture waters, a portion of the waters that do exit from that is called the Twin 51s outfall that you're
Mhm.
speaking of. I believe I have a picture of it here in where I'm pointing to, but these are the Twin 51 outfalls. They combine flows from the city tunnel that come through the tunnel. So from downtown through the tunnel, groundwater, surface waters, pump up, and then the Presidio waters come down. And so right now we're looking at a project to at least capture the city side of that.
Mhm.
But you're exactly right. We have an opportunity in working with our partners, the U.S. Army,
Mhm.
to see if there may be a potential or an augmentation to the Olivier Street project to capture a portion of the Presidio waters as well.
Yeah. And I've always wondered, since it is a partner and it is partly on their land, could be the Lower Presidio. They certainly control it, but there might be more money there because it is a federal facility that they must have water for, and then we reverse and they benefit out of the permitting if they were to ever have an expansion need. That's water that we could certainly use. So encourage that next project. And the other thing is, part of this recommendation, we have to decide on a governance piece. So we currently have an MW1 representative, that's the mayor. So we haven't talked about the governance piece. Whoever that representative is, I would want to make sure that they represent the city of Monterey, they control our water, and that we make sure that our efforts are not lost as it gets washed through. It becomes part of
Sorry.
potential. Yeah.
The pun, right?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. Let me turn my mic off.
Well, actually, no, it wasn't a pun. It was, no, the water that's going to go, that we control, and that our governance piece, our representative also is able to truly represent the city of Monterey as they are watching for the costs, as we certainly have partnership with MW1. So could you address how you think that works, so we make sure we protect our asset?
Yes, I think the first step is working in this particular project. We'll be working with the State Water Board Water Rights Team
Mhm.
on what is called the Water Appropriations Permit. And that is a step in the process to establishing a water diversion and certain quantities of water we will be diverting. Now, in my experience in the State Water Board realm, it's been my observation that the more we can be a helper, the more we can contribute to the regional picture and the statewide concerns and the statewide opportunities, the better the possibility we may have in negotiating approaches to water supply challenges, including potential benefits from the volumes of water that we send or that we contribute as a region. Now, certainly there's a whole lot of legalese and policy and policymakers working on these topics, but there are ideas and potential opportunities for us to examine ways that we can work with our partners and also work collaboratively with the State Water Board to potentially realize some benefits in the long run and in the long term. We have discussed some frameworks just in very preliminary draft forms within internally about that we could speak with our partners about that might help us all as a region realize some potentially benefits from all the water that we're treating and reusing. And so I think it's important for us to be creative as to how we approach these water discussions, as well as ensure that we are doing our best to try to be part of the solution. And in doing so, from a representative standpoint, certainly we have a representative on the Monterey One Water Board helping us to advocate for city perspectives. And what I found in this particular instance was that when we worked with Monterey One Water, we worked with the Water District, and we worked with Assemblymember Stone's office, we were able to achieve more than I could have imagined from a funding standpoint. And so I think the goal for all of us on this topic needs to be, I would propose, collaborative and open discussions, even with those that we may have disagreements with. So perhaps the State Water Board may have a perspective that perhaps we have a different perspective on, but coming to the table and just making sure everyone is heard, and we see if there might be a solution hidden in there amongst the angles we're all coming from. Because often I do find that in this funding situation, everyone was able to come together and we were able to help each other make something work that otherwise I wasn't quite sure how we were going to realize the funding. So I'm not sure if I answered your question, but
You did, and I appreciate that. And now's not necessarily the time to start talking about a policy of
sure.
representation and governance, but I just wanted to get that out there, that a lot of it will depend on what the state agencies are telling us.
This is true.
So likely will come back to us at some future date, once we get a little further where we're actually counting the gallons that are available to come back to us in water credits.
That's my perspective.
Yeah.
Once we're part of the contributing picture, I think we have more ground to stand on to share how much we are doing and to start utilizing quantifiable benefits that we're realizing and that we're gaining from the efforts to start negotiating perhaps some different perspectives on water supply, water quality benefits for each community that is doing their best to contribute to the larger picture of water supply in this region.
Great. And as I sit here and I look, I hope the number is greater than 100 acre feet. That would be great, because as I sit here and think about 4 or 5 projects that we've all looked at, we need the water and we want to get the projects forward, and we need the water credits to be able to get the water meters in so the projects can move ahead. So thank you, Tricia. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
And if I could also add, I think we'll continue to look for funding opportunities as they arise. We're working with our grant consultant, and I know Tricia's been in contact with her on the facilities planning grant program, which is a grant program through the State Water Resources Control Board. This one is a grant from $250,000 up to $5 million with a 50% match to assist public agencies with planning studies on recycled water and the like. Very exciting opportunity. We'll also consider, and thank you, Councilmember Smith, for mentioning the Presidio runoff. The Defense Communities Improvement Project could be another potential funding source through DoD.
Yeah, we'll take the $5 million.
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I heard him say. So yeah, that's what we want. Thank you.
Anybody else on the council have questions at this time? Yeah, we'll go to Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you. Thank you, Tricia, for the presentation. Just have a couple of questions. In terms of, well, you mentioned that this project rose to the top from a number of options. For someone who's not very familiar with this, can you, if you recall, mention some of the items that made this project rise to the top?
For the city of Monterey, I believe it was the project that would capture the most water that was identified at that point in time. So it was the water supply benefit and potential that we might realize that was the reason that it was one of the top 3 projects for the city of Monterey. Also because it has its own storage. It's an existing large storage system, whereas with other projects, there often needs to be a storage component added into the project. And so in this instance, we already have a large storage facility, which happens to be our lake. And that was, I think, one of the primary reasons why it was in the top 3.
Got it. Thank you. And I'm not sure if this is a question for you. Maybe it is, maybe for staff, or I don't know, whoever else is interested in answering. In terms of, our water need for the city, and I support this. I think the little that we get or the greater amount that we get is great. Where does this put us in the larger context of water?
This would be one small piece of the larger Pure Water Monterey project in the end. And the Pure Water Monterey project its goal is to help us make up the deficit that we are experiencing in water supply in this region. And then some, trying to realize as much potential future water supply for this region as possible, since we do not have connection into those state water project supplies. And so maybe you have a greater question
Yeah,
from a policy standpoint.
Yeah, no, I think that answers my question. Yeah, I think it's just, for me, it's kind of important to figure out, right, where we stand with whatever policy we're pushing or projects we're pushing, right? Where does that get us, right? And I mean, this sounds like a great project, especially because we're getting reimbursed and all that. So it makes sense, right? So I support it. And just a quick question about the timeline. Do you feel that construction in 2025, is that a comfortable timeline? Is it an aggressive timeline? How does that feel to you?
I think it's a reasonable timeline. We've already embarked on, or we have on board one of our on-call environmental consultants who has been working over the last many months to examine the prior documentation in the Pure Water Monterey project, all the comments that came from the different regulatory agencies, trying to help us prepare the draft project description for a time in the future here when we will release that for public review and input. And so I think we've made a good step forward, but the most important step next is the design step. And I feel once we are able to get the design phase going, I feel like we will have more momentum, and receiving this funding is certainly going to help us move into that phase.
Sounds good. Thank you.
Councilmember Alpha?
I have a comment. I'll hold until after public comment.
Okay, perfect. I have a few questions. Trying to put my notes here. So I'm gonna hold off on that. It's more of a comment. So Councilmember Smith had brought up this conversation around, I guess this is more of a comment too, but around the water allocation and if it should stay ours. And I think one of the things that would be helpful to look at as we were determining whether or not that's something that we should pursue as part of this project is the effort that PG did in developing their own project. And I have some anecdotal stories that I've heard in regards to how they wish they didn't approach it in the way that they did. And so I just would hate for us to go down a path that makes it more expensive for us, as opposed to leaving that water for the regional benefit, if that allows us. And so I don't know the nuances that are embedded in that, but I think it'd be helpful to gain some clarity as we make a policy decision in regards to what that looks like. And I'm not sure if you have any thoughts on that. I mean, while on the PG side of things and where there might be lessons learned there.
Yes, thank you for pointing that out. So Monterey One Water worked extensively with Pacific Grove on all those efforts, and there certainly were learning lessons. And so we have had multiple calls with the Monterey One Water team. And our plan is to learn from any of those learning lessons from other agencies who have implemented these diversion facilities, so that we can improve and have the most efficient system as possible and simplest system as possible.
Thank you for that. Sorry, I'm just trying to make sure I don't ask some of the same questions here. When will the updated yield study be conducted?
We provided comments about, I think it was 2 months ago. So I anticipate in the next couple months, we will have an updated version of that yield study. I apologize that I don't have an exact date, but I'd be happy to follow up after the meeting with our consultant team and learn that date and share that with you.
Okay, thank you. And then, so you answered the question in regards to the $1 million cost. That's the entire project from start to finish. We're expecting around $1 million.
That's correct. We've thought through the fact that it includes our planning, our CEQA, our design, and our construction. So this is the full package for us. And we were thinking about annualization or increases in costs over time as well. So
Awesome.
it was an estimate done by our civil engineers.
I think I have a few more here, but while I'm trying to clean this up, let's go out to the public. And I know that there's some comments out there. So we'll open it up for folks in the chamber that want to speak on this item.
I have a question. So now Lake Elistero is a lake for enjoyment. It sounds like we're going to turn it into a reservoir, like Pacheco Pass, that San Luis Reservoir, right? So in wet years, it's full. In dry years, it's empty or nearly. Will Lake Elistero be empty after a few years of drought?
Well, so what we do is we take public comment first, including questions. And then after we close public comment, we can then answer the questions.
Okay.
So if you have any other comments or questions, that might be good to ask while you have a little time.
Yeah, and I guess the other question would be, do we know the capacity of the lake? Will we have to dredge it out from time to time? Does sediment collect in the lake over year time? Does it have to be dredged? Do we know at what rate we have different years? I mean, every year is going to be different depending on the rainfall. So I'm just curious, mainly, will we see it empty in the dry years?
Thanks, Jody. Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, let's go online, please.
There are no hands raised.
Oh, that was quick. Okay. I'll pass it back to Tricia for the response to the questions.
Yes, you bet. We have a strong goal to ensure that we maintain the beneficial uses of Lake Elistero as the natural water body and waterway that it is. So that means for the biological resources, that means for the recreational resources, and additionally for the community as it knows the lake. And so that will be one of our highest and most important aspects that we will be monitoring over time. And we will be actively understanding that each hydrologic year and understanding what abilities we have to move water from the lake to the sanitary sewer system. We do not intend to ever bring the lake down to a point where it is detrimental to these beneficial uses.
And also, we do use the lake currently and pump water out of the lake to irrigate the park areas and open space areas and Cemetery El Encinal. So that the goal is to continue that rather than pumping it out into the Monterey One water system and then using Caliam water to irrigate our parks. That's not the goal.
Okay, thank you for that. Thanks for the questions. Those were good questions. Anybody on the council have comments at this time? Councilmember Hoffman.
Yeah. So first of all, I'm very excited about this project. It's been a long time in the making. And I think that, you know, when it comes to water supply projects, people often disagree around here, but I hope, and it seems like this is one that I think most people will be able to support, because we are, you know, recycling water that otherwise would be dumped into the bay. And it's never made sense as somebody who wasn't a native person here to, you know, we've got this water issue and we literally send so much water into the bay. So this is, I think, a really smart move. I'm really happy to see it. I was pleased by Jody's question, and I was pleased by the answer. I think probably as we get further along, we'll have to work out an agreement with Monterey One and Cal-Am and the State Water Resources Board that kind of ensures we have some management or, you know, control over that, so that the water level doesn't drop below a certain level. And then also to kind of follow up on Councilmember Ed's comments, to hopefully ensure we get some direct benefit. You know, 100 acre feet, that's, I think our acre foot allocation at Fort Ord is 65 acre feet. And I just vaguely remember, you know, looking at some of the proposals that could have maybe supported as many as 300 units, something like that, 350 units. So, you know, if we end up with double that, you're talking about potentially 700 units. That's significant if, in fact, we get that at kind of an allocation. And to kind of speak to Councilmember Gino's question, you know, what does this do in terms of our big picture? I mean, if you think our big picture responsibility is to meet our new RENA goal, and if my kind of like off the cuff math is somewhat accurate, it's probably about a sixth of what we're going to need, I'm guessing, to meet our RENA goal. So, I mean, we still need more water supply, and there's more work for Monterey One to do. And I think hopefully they'll achieve that goal. But this is, you know, our contribution, and it also will reduce the amount of, as you noted, dirty water, essentially polluted water that gets dumped into the bay. So thanks very much. Good job, staff. Really excited. Glad to see this happening.
I do have a few questions that I wanted to pull out. One of them was in the staff report, it identified that there was consideration of a pump to be used only for dry season versus a pump to be used during wet and dry seasons. And I was wondering why we would even consider a pump just for dry season pumping.
Thank you. I think it wasn't clear in the report, so my apologies. I wish to clarify that there was that question that no, it's a pump for wet or dry.
Okay.
Yes.
Perfect. No, thank you for that clarification. That was an easy one. And then you had identified that there could be a space to expedite if there was additional funding. What does that look like? Like, would we allocate funding now to be reimbursed from the funding? Like, how does that, if we have the allocation, what would the additional funding be used for to help expedite?
Right. So because this is a reimbursement configuration, if we front loaded funding of our own to get the greatest amount of work done as possible in the earlier year or two, we could have a potential to go into construction sooner. However, I think we have a bit more study that I'd like to do with the city engineer to look into that, but it's certainly something the council could consider, because we are putting money forward first and then realizing the reimbursement a quarter or a few quarters later. So putting additional funds forward than we currently have allocated would help us move everything forward faster. But to what extent, I would want to consult with the city engineer, and then we could provide you more information to that regard.
Okay. Okay. So with that, I would just offer that I would ask my colleagues to consider what that might look like for us to allocate additional funding sooner, because to me, I think this is probably the greatest way for us to get water as soon as possible. I don't imagine that the expansion of Monterey One Water will be completed until the end of 2025 at the earliest. And so if we can make this a priority in the city, I think we would all be of benefit for that. Just to your point, Councilmember Smith, about all these projects that we're looking at considering. And just to give a little bit more context there, as folks know, we did just sign the water purchase agreement for the expansion of the Pure Water Monterey project. And we don't have an exact number yet of how much the city of Monterey would be allocated. But that I'd argue that would not be enough for us to fulfill all of our 3,654 unit RAINET allocation requirement that's in our housing element. And so we do have to find avenues outside of that to make sure that we're doing the work to be able to develop the much needed housing. In addition, there's no guarantee either that the State Water Resources Control Board will lift the cease and desist order once the expansion is developed. And so I think that there's some additional complication there in regards to, even if we get the additional water, we still might have the restriction of water meters and the ability to move waters around. So I think we'll have to kind of figure some of those elements out. And then Councilmember Smith, you brought up the point about the Presidio, but I would even argue that with the Naval Postgraduate School, they have Lake Del Monte there, which works similarly to how Lake El Estero works, but I imagine maybe on a little bit of a smaller scale. And so I think there's a lot of opportunity for us to work with our local military installations. And I don't know what that looks like as far as us taking lead or just working hand in hand to make sure that we can help expedite their projects, because I imagine that they have goals that they're trying to achieve. And if there's any way for them to be less reliant on the general system to free up water for the public community, I think that would be a good partnership with the military installations. Okay, let me stop. I think we've done this enough. I think it would be great to have this come back at a certain point, to the extent that I think it is a priority of the council. And so just to kind of get an update perhaps in 6 months or so, and it would be helpful to see a Gantt chart and maybe a deeper map. There was a couple of other components that are part of this project, and I think you were speaking to this, the body of water next to MPC. I think that's Washerwoman's Pond, and there's also Laguna Mirada. And so it would just be great to kind of see big picture in the city, kind of, sorry, where those are, and then those other outfalls. I think that picture was helpful, but looking at a map just to kind of see. Oh, there.
It's actually two more.
Okay.
There's this, and then there's actually two more maps ahead, which will. So this, one more actually. Here we go. This is the project catchment area that Tricia can describe further, but you can see this project yields a significant number of acre feet of water because it is within the Hartnell Gulch watershed as well as the Lake El Estero watershed.
It's amazing.
And just to the north of the Pearl and Figueroa box culvert, that's the lower Presidio downtown watershed that we were talking about earlier as a potential option. Of course, we can also look into Navy School, but it may be less acre feet with that project. But what staff is hearing from council this afternoon is look at options for additional projects. Let's see for the existing project if any additional funding or even funding within the $1 million grant, allocating that or spending it in a more expedited fashion, how that could help bringing the project to fruition faster.
Mm-hmm.
And then let's continue that conversation to see whether or not this project can actually result in direct water credits for city projects, housing projects specifically.
I think you captured it well. Okay, thank you very much. Councilmember Hoffa.
I can it's an informational question and I'll hold it.
Okay.
In the interest of time.
Perfect. I will go ahead and make a motion to approve staff recommendation, and it's seconded by Councilmember Barber. Any last minute comments?
You were doing the math, I was doing the math, and I think the household 3-bedroom, 2-bath is about 0.8 water credits. And if, am I close, do you know? For water credits for a house?
That sounds potentially correct, but I don't have that number at the top. I was actually going to look at it right
Yeah.
before I came here and then I forgot. I
couldn't
apologize,
find it,
but
But I think it's 0.8, depending on the size of the house, if it's 2-bedroom, 1-bedroom. But in terms of size, that's in excess of 2,975 acre feet needed. So when we talk about where does 100 acre feet put us, we're still about 2,800 acre feet short to fulfill a 3,600 housing build. So it is a substantial good thing to have it, and may have a project like Garden Road, be able to move ahead if we had 100 acre feet. But we're vastly still short. Even if you took all the water available here, which I hope we can, we still need about 3,000 more acre feet to be able to get the target of RENA numbers of 3,600. So just so we're being realistic and aware, that's a lot of water left that we need to capture somewhere. It's huge, but thank you.
And yeah, I mean, that's not including the fact that we have the restrictions with the State Water Resources Control. I mean, there's a lot of barriers that exist here that we have to work through, and we can't even plan or approve projects until that water is available to us either. So there's a lot of things in the way for us to be able to get going here, but point well taken. Councilmember Barber, are you good? Okay. Anybody on this side? All right, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Do we need a motion though, or not?
I made a
did.
motion.
You did, okay.
Barber.
Yes.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
Yes. Okay, let me get back to my notes because I don't know what I'm going here to. Okay. Public comment on closed session agenda items. Is there anybody that wishes to speak on these items? And I'll just share quickly that the one item that we'll be discussing is litigation update. Anybody in the council chambers? Do we have anybody online?
Nobody has their hand raised.
Perfect. Okay, and with that, we will recess and reconvene for our council evening session at 7 p.m. Thank you, everybody. Welcome back to the evening session of tonight's council meeting. We're going to go ahead and start off with the pledge of allegiance. Welcome back to the council meeting. We're kicking off our 7 p.m. evening session here, and we're going to start off by doing our pledge of allegiance. And I believe we are on Councilmember Smith.
Please join me.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all. And then we'll go ahead and continue public comments for items that are not on today's agenda. So we'll start off with folks in the chamber. If anybody wishes to speak on during public comment for items that are not on this evening's agenda.
Okay. Good evening. My name is Tom Gowing, and I'm responding to the flyer that was sent out to all the people in residents of Monterey County. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but it was sent out. And I did talk to the lady that sent it out and spoke to her. So thank you, Mayor Williamson and the Monterey City Council for the opportunity to speak. Regarding the 3,654 housing units that need to be planned by December 15th of this year. I met with yesterday morning with Christy Sabudu for 15 minutes. She was very professional and explained what the city needs to provide to the New Nothing administration in Sacramento. Christy also stated the city decided not to challenge the state requirements. Is that correct?
So this is just public comment, so we're not engaging
Okay.
in a dialogue.
So I want to know who decided that. I think that the people in the city should know. Mayor Williamson, I voted for you thinking that you were a breath of fresh air and would challenge the status quo. You have the fiduciary responsibility to work to support the view of the people. I have come to some council meetings over the last 4 or 5 months when we talked about the 5G network in that area. And most of the people here want to keep this town small, neat, a community environment. For more than 40 years, and I've lived in the area for 45 years coming from the East Coast, this state has been run by the Democrats. And what do we have to show for it? The highest gas prices in the country, the highest taxes in the country, the largest number of homeless in the country. Finally, any state, city, or federal government that is controlled by one party, and in this state it's the Democrats, is doomed for failure. Thank you for your time and understanding. I appreciate it.
Thank you for your.
I also have, for the record, I have what I spoke about for all the people. So should I just leave that?
You can leave it with the city clerk.
Pass that around to people. And anybody that wants to speak to me, my name, address, and phone number, and date of birth and everything is on there. I'd be happy to speak to anybody at any time about that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your public comments. Anybody else in the chamber wish to speak on items that are not in this evening's agenda? All right, let's go online, please.
First, I'll call in Richard Russello.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Richard Russello, Casanova Oakno Neighborhood Association. I just read a Monterey County Weekly email update, and it's quite disturbing. I want to quote from it, and it sounds like this is addressing the Monterey fire contract with the airport district, and this sounds like downright blackmail. The article says disagreement over the technicalities and price of the airport's fire department are one thing, but underlying all of this are long simmering tensions between the airport and adjacent cities, including Delray Oaks and Monterey. And this is the part I'm concerned with. The airport staff report to the board says that if the board does choose Monterey Fire Department, it should come with additional direction related to the global relationship with the city of Monterey and resolution of various matters. These matters include a lawsuit resolved in Monterey's favor against the airport in 2022 that forces the airport back to the drawing board on a plan for the location of a new access road. That road was going to dump through Casanova Oakno thousands of cars additionally a day, I do hope that the city sees this blackmail attempt in the fire department negotiations and does not put those impacts back onto this neighborhood. The city of Monterey won that lawsuit protecting us, but this article makes it clear the airport wants the city of Monterey to drop the judgment from the judge, which was against them, and put those impacts onto us. So I just want to alert you to this. I don't expect a response, but this is very disturbing that they're using that contract to overturn a lawful judgment against them. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. And again, this is for items not on the agenda. I will call on Esther Malkin.
Good evening, everybody. I wanted to tell you about a disturbing comment that I had from a local renter, which while we're talking about creating renter policies in our city, this should be something to consider. This is a renter that every one of you on the city council know and have met with at one point or another, who has had her rent raised $200 every year for the last 3 years, as soon as a property management company took it over from the longtime owner that was managing it on their own. And it happens to be a property management company that was listed on the city website as one of the preferred ones when the voluntary guidelines were on there as well. The comment is that the owner of the property was not aware that this property management company had raised the rents to those tenants on that property as much as they had. So I'm not sure if that is regular practice or not, because I'm one of the very lucky few that don't have to deal with property management companies. But I think that is a serious problem if in fact it is legal to do it, and something that we have to consider, because as it is, we are having huge problems with our property management companies. And yes, a rental registry will help us address some things, but these kind of practices, along with other fees that they've come up with and all these other stipulations that they've put in leases, and the fact that they don't even give you that many leases anymore that are over 6 months and prefer month to month, is something that was very disturbing to me, having been a rental property owner as well as a renter. So if property management companies can do this to renters because they have been given these properties to manage, this is something that is seriously wrong with whatever they can get away with. And I wanted you to be aware of it, because I was frankly quite surprised. But I'm sure it's happening to everybody that they manage. And it is a big one that, as I said, has been recommended by the city on the website. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, there are no further hands raised.
Okay, thank you for those who participated during public comment. And with that, we will move on to announcements from the closed session.
Yes, this was a litigation update with legal counsel, and on the matter of Sechelle Young versus City of Monterey, the council gave confidential direction to its legal counsel with a unanimous vote. Unanimous roll call vote, I believe.
Okay, perfect. And with that, we will move on to public hearing. Item number 6, the Monterey County Airport Land Use Commission ADUs. And this is the first reading of the ordinance amending Monterey City Code Section 38-112.6, accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units, and amending Section 38-11 definitions. And with that, I'll pass it to the Assistant City Manager, Nat.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The item before you this evening follows our city council's value drivers, which is to support efforts and policies that provide equitable access to affordable housing in Monterey and the region. One of the very few tools that the city has to employ these days is supporting ADUs and JADUs. And that's part of this, one of the city's strategic priorities, which is to support affordable housing through modern zoning policies and ordinances, ADU policies, housing grants, review of density requirements, and consideration of city-owned sites for affordable housing. Council discussed this earlier this year, and what's being recommended to you this evening is to overrule the Airport Land Use Commission's consistency determination. The idea and some of the facts that we've listed are the fact that restricting ADU size to 850 square feet or less does not support restricting ADU size to 850 square feet or less in airport safety zones 2, 3, 4, and 5 would not protect public health, safety, and welfare more than if the ADU size was restricted to 1,000 square feet or less, as proposed by the draft ordinance. The idea behind the action that staff is recommending to council this evening is to not allow limits on ADU size and reduce it between 1,000 square feet to 850 square feet. Allowing up to 1,000 square feet would allow more residents and homeowners the ability to build and create ADUs that support our goal of affordable housing. What we have before you is, and will be given to you in a presentation outlining the detailed recommendations from staff, is Fernanda Roveri, and Fernanda is our principal planner with the City of Monterey. She'll walk through the presentation, and we'll be happy to answer any questions that you have this evening. Fernanda, I believe you should have share screen abilities.
I don't. Are you able to grant them to me?
You should have it now. Can you try one more time?
Okay, I do now.
Super, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Nat. Like Nat said, I'm Fernanda Roveri, Principal Planner for the City of Monterey, and today we will be discussing adoption of findings to overrule the Monterey County ALUC regarding the city's proposed ADU/JADU ordinance, and also conducting first reading of the ordinance. So on March 7th of this year, the City Council reviewed the draft findings to overrule the ALUC and directed staff to provide notice of these findings to the ALUC and the Division of Aeronautics as required by the Public Utilities Code. And pursuant to that state law, staff provided the notice at least 45 days prior to today's decision to overrule. And both the ALUC and the Division of Aeronautics provided formal comment letters, which are attached as Exhibit A to the resolution. The issue areas that the ALUC brought up are there are 4 parcels that are zoned single family zoning district that are located within the 65 to 69 decibel contour. And this decibel contour is included in the Monterey County Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan. And in that plan, it says residential development in this 65 to 69 decibel contour is not compatible with the airport land use. However, staff is recommending that with adoption of an navigation easement, that these 4 parcels be allowed to have ADUs/JADUs built on them. And this is the finding that staff added to the resolution in front of you, finding number 5, to grant an navigation easement to Monterey Peninsula Airport District as condition of approval of new residential development, ADU or JADU, on those four parcels that I showed in the previous slide. Also, this finding didn't change from last time. The finding that staff made that says because ADUs and JADUs are required to be constructed according to the California Building Standards Code, any interior noise level will be acceptable for habitable and for living purposes. And so these ADUs, if they ever get proposed on those four parcels, the interior noise level will be required to comply with minimum building code standards. The other point of disagreement between the city and the ALUC is that the ALUC would like ADUs in the safety zones 2, 3, 4, and 5 to be restricted to a size of no more than 850 square feet. Staff is recommending finding number 1, which says that a 1,000 square foot ADU is appropriate, and it would not, the difference between 850 and 1,000 based on local experience would not protect public health, safety, and welfare further. And these are the zones that safety zones 2 through 5 shown here. And it just shows, you know, in the, if you can see in the Oak, this is the Oak Grove neighborhood. So these parcels here that are within airport safety zone 4, that would be the difference between allowing ADUs to be 850 versus 1,000 square feet. And that would affect many of those parcels in that neighborhood, as well as parcels in the North Fremont and Villa Del Monte neighborhood and Casanova Oak Knoll. And down here, safety zone 3, this is our Fort Ord parcels, which we are considering, we are evaluating for potential housing location there, as well as down here, which are our planned community parcels. And this is also one of our Fort Ord parcels. So in the future, if these parcels do get developed with housing, it would benefit the city to allow a ADU size of 1,000 square feet. And this is finding number 1. And it was modified to clarify that based on the city's experience processing building permit applications, building permits for ADUs in the city of Monterey would not generally include more bedrooms if they were allowed to be 1,000 square feet than if they were limited to 850 square feet. And furthermore, based on the city's experience enforcing its building and building maintenance codes, the city finds that there would be no or minimal difference in occupancy as a result of allowing 1,000 square foot ADUs rather than 850 square foot ADUs. And again, in order for the city council to overrule the ALUC's decision, there needs to be a 2/3 vote, meaning 4 out of 5 of the council members would have to vote to overrule. And this is the finding that is required in the Public Utilities Code. Staff was able to make this finding because the proposed ADU/JADU ordinance would protect public health, safety, and welfare by ensuring the orderly expansion of airports and the adoption of land use measures that minimize the public's exposure to excessive noise and safety hazards within areas around public airports to the extent that these areas are not already devoted to incompatible uses. So with that, with the requirement that the interior noise level has to meet building code, plus adding that aviation easement to those 4 parcels, plus allowing ADUs to be up to 1,000 square feet in safety zones 2 through 5. We believe that public welfare will be maintained. And so it's staff's recommendation that the city council adopt these proposed findings and overrule the ALUC's consistency determination for the draft ordinance and conduct first reading of this ordinance. I'm available for questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thanks, Fernanda. Are there any questions on the council? Councilmember Barber?
Just a quick question. First, thank you for that presentation. I just had a quick question on the restriction of the number of people in the ADUs. Is that something that is restricted by the owner or by building code?
It would be occupancy, which is building code. And but it's staff's experience that we haven't seen occupancy issues in the ADUs that we have been permitting.
Okay, thank you.
Anybody else? Okay. Before we take it out to public comment, I would actually ask, so Felicia Peterson is here from, I'm sorry, Fiona, I'm so sorry, I apologize. It's because I get the emails from Felicia, so I apologize. So as a way of introduction, I was appointed to the Airport Land Use Commission in February and through the Mayor's Association. And so I also voted on this from the ALUC perspective, and I have a way of maybe finding a middle ground, but I'm just hoping that you can come forward and maybe share your thoughts in regards to this conversation so that the council can make sure that we hear the whole story, I guess, or both perspectives, if you will. So if you wouldn't mind coming up and sharing whatever thoughts that you have, it would be most appreciated. And we can also maybe ask questions afterwards as well.
Do I have to do anything with you?
It should be on.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor Williamson and members of the council. My name is Fiona Jensen. I'm a senior planner with the County of Monterey and also the Airport Land Use Commission liaison. I'm speaking tonight solely on behalf of the Airport Land Use Commission. The current language of the city's zoning ordinance states that accessory dwelling units or junior accessory dwelling units shall not be permitted within the airport safety zones. This isn't an accurate statement, as ADUs are allowed within certain safety zones. Therefore, the ALUC's recommended language includes criteria 1 and 2, which clarifies that specific ADUs and JADU sizes are allowed within safety zones 2, 3, 4, and 5. ADU law requires that the city allow a minimum of a 1,000 square foot ADU if the ADU provides more than 1 bedroom, but that is only if the city allows for the 2-bedroom ADU in the first place. The ALUC's interpretation of state law is that the city is not required to allow ADUs of 1,000 square feet if there's a public safety concern. In this case, safety zones 2, 3, 4, and 5 have higher incidences of airplane crashes. The ALUC is therefore recommending that 1,000 square foot ADUs be prohibited in these higher risk areas. I would like to note that the majority of the city of Monterey is within safety zone 7, which has the lowest risk and does not enforce restrictions on residential development. When compared to an 850 square foot ADU, a 1,000 square foot 2-bedroom ADU has the potential to increase occupancy by at least 2 individuals. There's not a concern of overcrowding, but adding individuals to areas that may be subject to more risk. The ALUC's requirement of an 850 square foot 1-bedroom ADU was intended to minimize the ability to increase the number of occupants, which may be subject to the airport
related accidents, while also allowing the city of Monterey to develop ADUs which may count towards its RENA allocation. Pursuant to California Public Utilities Code, if the city was to act on the overrule this evening, the city would be liable for any damage to property or life going forward resulting from this decision. Relative to criteria 3 and 4 of the recommended language, the airport land use plan does prohibit residential development within noise contours 65 to 75, as stated by city staff. And there's 4 residential parcels within that, and we recognize that they are already developed with residential development. But again, we're trying to minimize the number of individuals that may be subject to high levels of noise or airport risks. If the city was to overrule the Airport Land Use Commission's recommended language, the ALUC would be supportive of the current draft ordinance language, which does require the granting of a navigation easement over those 4 properties if developed with ADUs. Basically, in conclusion, the ALUC does not agree with the city's statements that the recommended language would not protect public health, safety, and welfare, and is repetitive and redundant. And it is the ALUC's opinion that the city is not legally required to allow ADUs at 1,000 square feet. I'm available for any questions or comments.
Are there any questions?
I'm sorry, I have a question for Chris.
Mhm.
So the legality of the city not being legally allowed to have ADUs at 1,000 square feet, can you speak to that, please?
So the I will, let me just find that part and get back to you in just a moment, if you don't mind. Thank you. Sorry.
I have also the government code section I'm referring to for public safety, if that's helpful. Is that
While she's looking for that, are there other questions? We can.
I have a question for our staff, but
Just
not
let us know,
for the,
Chrissy, when you're ready to
speaker.
go, and then we can come back to you.
So this is time for questions for our staff.
Yeah, I think we can leave it open if you wouldn't mind hanging out, because I probably will jump to you in a second.
So, Chrissy, the speaker spoke about liability in the chance that the council were to approve staff recommendation, and in the event of an airplane crash in the affected area. Could you speak to your understanding of that? My guess is we'd be liable no matter what, or people would sue us no matter what. That's just sort of been my experience. But could you speak to whether or not you agree this would increase significantly our liability?
I can speak to the fact that it would eliminate liability on the part of the Airport Land Use Commission if we override. So that means they would not have liability based on our override. And then as far as our liability under other circumstances, I think it would depend on the circumstances.
So the ALUC would be I can't think of the term. They would not be held liable. But would the airport, would the carrier, in other words, would 100% of the liability lie with us? I would assume in the event of an accident, there'd be a lot of people that would be sued, or a lot of agencies.
There could be a number of different factors and culpability on the part of different parties, depending on the reason for a crash. Was it an air traffic control problem, or, so there's a lot of different scenarios that could come into play.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
That's it.
Fiona, if we lowered the square feet of, well, actually, let me ask staff for clarity. What is the minimum square footage of ADUs allowed in the city of Monterey? 800.
The minimum for a 1-bedroom or studio ADU is 850 square feet. And then the minimum is 1,000 square feet for 2 or more bedrooms. Sorry, it's 1,000, up to 1,000. That's what I meant.
Okay, and what if would it be possible for the city to limit the square feet to 850 in these designated zones?
That is a possibility.
Okay, and so Fiona, would the ALUC or would the airport be more comfortable or agreeable to that compromise if that was something that we took as a policy decision?
That is the request before you, is 850 square feet as recommended by the Airport Land Use Commission. Again, it looks like the draft ordinance has changed since the Airport Land Use Commission did consider it. So I would ask that it gets referred again for consistency determination.
LUC.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions from the council? Okay, Councilmember Smith. Yep, absolutely. Okay. Thank you, Fiona.
Thank you, Tim. I wanted to ask, do we have any assessment of how many properties we were talking about that are affected? We saw the maps and the zones. Do you know how many properties are affected with that?
I don't believe we calculated that.
So with 850, it's possible to have.
Your mic.
With an 850 units ADU, is that possible that that could include 2 bedrooms?
I believe so. Fernanda, do you agree with that? Yeah.
Oh, definitely. You can have as many bedrooms as you can fit under the building code standards in a 850 square foot ADU.
And it's 120 square feet per bedroom, I believe.
100 and I think it's you shouldn't quote me, but it's 50 square feet per occupant, something like that.
It's a habitable room shall have a floor area of not less than 70 square feet, according to the health and safety code.
Okay, so the central issue seems to be on the size of whether it would be a 1 unit or a 1 bedroom, a 2 bedroom, or 3 bedroom or more. And if we had 1,000 square foot maximum for the number of safety zones that are outlining, that include all of the properties within the city of Monterey, a reduction from 850 to 1,000 could also say, put us at risk of losing some units that would be buildable, because that would likely result in smaller units because it's less than 2 bedrooms or less than 3 bedrooms. Is that an accurate statement?
Well, I think we're looking to provide flexibility. So I think this is just the beginning of discussing hazard zones in relationship to housing construction. We have our tsunami zone, we have our sea level rise zone, we have our very high fire hazard zone, and we have our airport zone. And you're going to find out with the housing element, we are going to continually be squeezed about where we can put housing. And so from our perspective, when we're looking at ADUs, we're not seeing overcrowding between 850 and 1,000 square foot units. And we see it as the least dense option in order to construct housing. Do you have the ability to limit it to 850 square feet? You absolutely do. Will that result in fewer people on site? I think that's up for debate. I don't think we're not seeing overcrowding in ADUs or really any of our housing units on a substantial basis. So this is one of those things as we work through our housing element issues and ADUs, we will be carving out areas of the city where we're not going to build housing. And from our perspective, this was a reasonable risk for achieving additional housing construction. The other side to that is no, you want to be more conservative and have it at 850 square feet and be consistent with the ALUC. But this same policy question is going to come up with CAL FIRE. It's going to come up on sea level rise, our tsunami zones. And so I think it's a good precursor as well, or test case on a minor level of what we're going to be dealing with.
One other question, if you bear with me. Who has the authority of land use in the city of Monterey?
So the city of Monterey does. The city of Monterey designates the uses and density. We have under the state regulation, it requires a 2/3 vote to overrule the Airport Land Use Commission. This council can decide on a 2/3 vote which way to go on this policy issue.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Councilmember Hoffa?
Yeah, so Fernanda, could you put up the map again that showed kind of the zones that included the 2, 3, 4, 5, which, and am I correct? So we're not just talking about those 4 lots that would be subject to this limitation, but we'd be talking about all properties in zones 2, 3, 4, and 5. And I thought you showed in the presentation that included pretty substantial areas of the city. Could you speak to that? So this would affect neighborhoods in Kona, in Laguna Grande, down near the ocean. I forget the name of that neighborhood. Am I correct in understanding that?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Can you see the map?
Yes, I can now. Thank
Okay. So the safety zones 2 through 5 are the ones that the ALUC is recommending to limit the ADU size to 850 square feet. And I've put, in each of those zones, I've put the numbers 850 versus 1,000 to visually tell you these are the parcels where the 850 square foot limit would be applied if you all vote for that.
Okay.
So it would affect
So it's not just near the airport, it's actually areas pretty broadly interspersed in the northern part of Monterey.
yeah, so this is Oak Grove near the ocean, and then North Fremont, and then some parcels in the Kona neighborhood, as well as some which are near Highway 68 and near Fort Ord if we do end up, through the housing element process rezoning for residential there. Those would be also limited to 850 square feet.
Okay, thank you. I just want to make sure I understood correctly.
Any other questions on the council? Okay. Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you. And so this question is for staff. Sorry, Kim, I just thought of this question, so I'm going to ask you if you could respond. And this, I think, goes along, or maybe it's a continuation of the question that Councilmember Smith asked earlier. Do we have a sense of maybe the number of properties where an ADU could actually be built that's 850 square feet? I know some lots are pretty small.
Yeah, so an ADU and JADU can be constructed on any property with a single family house or a multifamily property as well. So it can be either. So that would equate to the number of, we have about 13,300 dwelling units in the city of Monterey. About 5,400, 5,500 of those are multifamily. So it gives you an idea, it's about 7,000 or so single family houses in the city where you could build an ADU. So any lot is eligible. And so then the question is, well, how many can you actually anticipate? Right now in the city of Monterey, that's fully governed by water credits.
Right. Yeah. No, my question was more about the actual real estate that's out there to actually build.
I don't think we have any idea.
Yeah.
You're asking so had we done an analysis? So you can build an 850 square foot. You can build an ADU on every residential property in the city. It could be smaller than 850 square feet, or it could be up to 850 square feet for, one type, or up to 1,000.
Yeah. And I was thinking more specifically about the maps that we're looking at here, those specific areas that are being identified.
So I regret that we didn't calculate the number of parcels we could have in those areas, but we didn't do that. And if you want to continue.
That's fine. Just, I was wondering if there was a general sense also taken into consideration, like the, why am I blanking on the term? The
zones?
No, the areas from the property line to
The setbacks.
the setbacks. Yes, thank you.
So yeah, the ADU law reduces setbacks. So single family construction typically has a 20-foot rear yard setback, somewhere around a 5 well, it's a sliding scale, about 5 feet minimum for side yard setbacks. ADU law is 4 feet and 4 feet. So people are tending to put them in the back corner. There is no minimum separation between the ADU and the single family house. So sometimes they're attached, sometimes they're detached. You also can build an ADU in a garage or a JADU. You can convert part of your house into the JADU. So we're seeing up to, if they have water credits, they can have a total of usually 3 units on the property. They can have the house, the ADU, and the JADU.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, I guess just for clarification, the areas that that this regulation wouldn't apply to, either way, you could build unrestricted in New Monterey, all of Old Town. Oak Grove is obviously affected. And parts of Villa Del Monte and Casanova are affected. So it's on the northern side by the airport as you think about those extensions.
Could I ask a follow-up question? Is there a concern that by restricting the square footage of the development of an ADU, that it would disincentivize a property owner from creating an ADU on their lot?
It might.
And that was one consideration when staff came up with the recommendation. I mean, if you owned a house and there's a lot of construction costs upfront for building an ADU, and the difference between 850 square feet and 1,000 could make or break the difference between having that ADU be potentially rented out to a couple or an individual.
So part of my thought is, and just creating a little bit of a conversation, creating a 1,000 square foot ADU, I imagine is going to be more expensive because of the amount of material that is needed to construct that. And if you're creating an ADU as a rental, I guess it would be helpful to hear anecdotal experiences or stories or people that would say, hey, I would develop it for a rental at 1,000, but I wouldn't do it for 850. I mean, it would be helpful to have some kind of indicator of that, because if somebody was doing it for a rental, I don't see what would prevent them from moving forward if it was 850 square feet. They're not living in it. They're going to be renting it out. So maybe they can charge more rent on it.
They definitely will charge more rent.
So, but would that prevent them from creating the unit? I guess is kind of part of where I'm a little bit stuck in the middle on this, but.
Yeah, I don't think we have a data source for you, a reliable one that I could report on.
Okay.
Yeah, are we open for discussion at this point, or you want to wait?
It was kind of a rhetorical question. So I see Chrissy has her hand up, and then maybe we can go to public comment after this.
Sure. I apologize for the delay. The code section, it's in the government code, section 65852.2, A1A, which states that the city by ordinance can provide for the creation of ADUs in areas zoned for single family or multifamily dwelling residential use, and the ordinance shall do all of the following. And so subsection A says designate areas within the jurisdiction of the city where the units may be permitted. And then it says the designation of areas may be based on the adequacy of water and sewer services and the impact of accessory dwelling units on traffic flow and public safety. So in other words, the city can exercise its police power and potentially find that there's some public safety reason why you would not want ADUs in that location. The other parts of the code referenced in the agenda report say that, and I'll just read this to you so you can compare it. A local agency may establish minimum and maximum unit size requirements. And then it says, notwithstanding that permissive statute, we shall not establish by ordinance any of the following. And in that list is 1,000 square feet for an accessory dwelling unit that provides more than one bedroom. So that's where the 1,000 square feet comes from. So your maximum square footage requirement for either an attached or detached accessory dwelling unit that is less than 1,000 square feet for an accessory dwelling unit that provides more than one bedroom. So it's just risk factors to analyze. And if it could be an option if you wanted to exercise your police powers to follow the ALUC recommendation. By the same token, I think also consider Kim Cole's point, which is we have a lot of safety zone issues, high fire hazard, tsunami, all that stuff. And so what you have to maybe think about, what is the likelihood of a tsunami? What's the likelihood of a plane crash? And what's the likelihood of a fire? And maybe take those factors into consideration in the big picture of trying to develop housing, which has been stated as a priority for the city.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, with that, let's go out to public comment. So we'll start off in the chamber. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All right, we'll go online. He didn't.
Yes, I'll call in Esther Malkin.
Hello again. As the president of the neighborhood of Laguna Grande Neighborhood Association, I'm very freaked out hearing safety concerns being talked about. I know this is an ADU thing, but you know, the airport is expanding. That makes the risk higher. Just yesterday, there was a plane that crashed into an area, small plane in Southern California. I just want everybody to be aware that our side of the city is at higher risk than any other part of the city for any of these safety concerns. And I'm sure you guys don't have to think about this, but it's really freaky to have to hear you guys talk about safety zones when it comes to the airport, especially when the airport has been in, question so much with safety of the fire, contract and everything. So I just want to point that out because our side of the city takes the brunt, whether it's Kona getting a street going through the middle of it or otherwise. And, safety is a very real thing we have to worry about over here with the airport, especially expanding. Thank you.
And there are no further hands raised, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, perfect. So let's bring it back to the council for deliberation and a motion. So I think Councilmember Smith is ready to go here. I see him leaning forward.
Yeah, so you raised a couple of discussion points, and I think I just don't want to leave them hanging there, but I'm not a builder, but I have a tiny bit of experience in putting a couple of 2x4s down and remodeling. But I can tell you that if somebody is going to invest their money to be able to put a project together, it starts off with being extremely prohibitive and cost prohibitive, especially with the current materials cost. So if they're trying to go after a 2-unit and they're looking for a couple with a child, if you build something that's $850, you can figure out what your rent could be charged and what your building cost is. If you're building something that's $1,000 on your property and you're able to finance that and do that, the whole equation here is what's your return on your investment? The return on your investment is you need to collect rent so you can pay yourself back, service the debt, pay for the fees, the permits, and pay for the structure over 15, 20 years, or maybe even 30 years. So the difference between $850 rent and $1,000 rent might be $400 a month. If it's $400 a month over the course of 20 years, that's a lot of money. So to have a party go to the high risk factor that causes us to consider limiting that potential project in that many zones, to me, I don't agree with the analysis that the airport district has provided. And I fully agree and support the city staff's position that 1,000 square foot unit in our zones is still available for the person to have a choice to go 1,000 or 850 or 450 or whatever that they can reasonably build. The reason I asked the question about who has the authority of land use, I knew the answer. And in my trade, you call that an exculpatory question. I already know the answer. The responsibility is ours. It's our land use. And we appreciate the opinion. We're neighbors with the airport. We know that they have the authority to raise these issues and appreciate that. Another principle that's at work inside of me that says I want to support the staff's recommendation is this concept of there's a greater risk if it's more than 850. I don't buy that. I do buy the principle if it's predictable, it's preventable. I agree with that. But not in these circumstances, because we're giving up too much land in those zones, too much potential. And I think we are duty bound to operate with the premise that it is our duty to be in charge of land use for representing our community and their property rights. So I just don't buy the airport district's or the land use district's premise, and I support the city staff's recommendation, and I say it should be 1,000 feet.
Who wants to go next? Councilmember Hoffa.
Yeah, obviously public safety is very important, but I am not persuaded by the ALUC's argument. I don't see any evidence that there will be more threat to public safety if these ADUs are 1,000 feet versus 850. I mean, that's not going to affect whether or not there is an accident or whether or not there's a risk to public safety. So I don't see that. But what I do definitely see is a limitation of the property owner's rights in those areas. And it's a pretty considerable swathe of Monterey. It's not just areas immediately adjacent to the airport. It's largely North Monterey. So you're talking about a lot of people's property rights who probably don't even realize that those property rights are being threatened and limited, potentially limited by the ALUC or our actions. So in terms of the interior noise level, staff spoke to that the interior noise level has to meet our code based on the building standards for the ADU. And then there's just the practical thing. There are a lot of risks. This is one risk. And I thought staff was, pretty delicate, but clear. There are a lot of other risks. Pretty much, it isn't just North Monterey. Other parts of the city have fire danger. Other parts of the city have potential flood danger. So risk and danger is just part of the reality of life, and liability is part of that. But if we're going to meet our housing goals, we can't be making and to me, it's arbitrary. It's an arbitrary decision to say 850 rather. Why not 600? Why not 700? Why 850? What is the magic about 850 that suddenly increases public safety? So to me, it seems like it's arbitrary. It's a limitation of people's property rights that I don't see a public benefit to. And I don't see the argument of how this would make people safer. So I would support the staff's recommendation.
Yes, Chrissy.
Okay, I don't think this will affect anything, but I did just want to clarify for Councilmember Hoffa and his question. As far as the immunity from overriding the ALUC, the Public Utilities Code says that if a city overrules the commission with respect to a publicly owned airport that the city or county does not operate, the operator of the airport is not liable for damages to property or personal injury resulting from the city's decision to proceed with this action. So I think I might have stated the Airport Land Use Commission wouldn't be liable. And what I intended to say is the airport. Yeah. So anyway, thank you for letting me clarify that.
No, absolutely. Thanks for the clarification. Who would like to go next?
Mayor, after they're done, I did have one more little clarification I need from city staff.
Okay.
I'll go next.
Councilman Garcia.
Thank you. I actually don't have much to add. I agree with the points that have been shared, and I would be ready to make a motion.
So for me, I agree with my colleagues in this, but I do understand the community that, especially the northern part of our community being concerned about the safety part. But I think for what we're voting on tonight, like they were saying, it's not as relevant because you're talking about 850 to 1,000. You're not saying whether one will be built. So I think since that's already going to be done, then if an ADU or a JADU can be built, then already if there was a safety issue, it was already going to be a safety issue at 850 or 1,000. So I would intend to be able to support this.
Okay, so I think that the points that were made in regards to looking at our housing element and all the other safety concerns that are presented there, I think it's important for us to be able to look at each case separately. Not each safety concern can be looked at the same. When we talk about fire risk, I know that there's a lot of folks in the community that had expressed concerns around small cell wireless facilities and the impacts of those. So I think every case has to be looked at differently. And, I think that in the case of safety concerns as they relate to the airport, if we're talking about a multifamily residential development and not happening at all because of airport concerns, let's say, an Olmsted project or whatever that might look like, that might be a different policy decision because that's substantial amount of units being constructed. Though I do hear my colleagues and I understand that the variance of 150 additional square feet in a ADU is minimal, and the fact of that not creating an increased risk, I guess, of number of people being affected versus if it was just 850. So I think that argument has swayed me. I'm concerned. I think unexpected comments from Esther in regards to that, and so I do get a little bit concerned around the optics of how that looks. And so if we're going to say, hey, we're concerned about developing in certain parts of our wealthier communities because of fire risk and this, that, and the other, but we're not going to do the same mitigations within the more disadvantaged parts of our town. I think that's something that we have to be mindful of as we're making policy decisions moving forward. And the fact that the city is going to have to own the risk in regards to litigation. But all that being said, I hear my colleagues and I appreciate the lengthy discussion on this. So with that, I will entertain a motion.
Could I get the question?
Oh, I apologize. Yes, Councilmember Smith.
So Kim and I had just a second to talk about this before we started. And Kim, I wanted to ask you a question if I could.
We're making sure you get your stand goals today.
Yeah. And Fernanda, I appreciate you standing by. I know you worked on this as well. And so thank you very much for all of staff and planning. So I don't know if you've got a chance to address what I sent you, but this question had to do with the wording that's contained in the city's ordinance. And what I'm talking about, council, is there's a question of second stories, and it's on item page 11, packet page 49. And it is talking about second story accessory dwelling units above a garage. And there's one clause down here under item 5. And it's any window parallel to an adjoining property line and closer than 10 feet shall be either opaque and inoperable. And so we had someone who wrote a letter that said that they believed that that would be in conflict with fire code because all windows, whether it's upstairs or downstairs, has to be operable so someone could escape. So is this something that is a finalized ordinance? And I know we're coming back for a second reading, but this particular ordinance that's attached to that, is that something that we need to be concerned about the way it's written?
So that's existing law. I just want to explain how we got to that point.
Okay.
It was at least 1 to 2 revisions ago.
Yeah.
So the Planning Commission at the time was looking at ways to increase opportunities for accessory dwelling units. And we actually went as a city beyond minimums of state law, and we allowed an ADU above a garage. If you remember that, because it was the maximum height under the state law was 16 feet. We allowed up to 25 feet if it was above a garage. And the Planning Commission, as they debated that, said if we're going to be potentially having an ADU that's taller than that was allowed by state law, by the minimums, and closer to adjoining properties, they wanted to minimize privacy impacts on adjacent properties. So they said, as they debated it, they came up with this standard that says the windows would have to be opaque and non-operable. So we have a unit currently under plan check. And the way that they configured the bedrooms across the back of the lot, with the clear story windows, it doesn't meet exiting because you need bigger windows that open from bedrooms. If you change the design of the ADU internally, it could, it could meet exiting. But that's, so the council has the option to eliminate that requirement and allow operable windows, maybe still require that they're opaque, but allow operable windows and that they don't have to be clear story, so they can be bigger. So to provide more flexibility for ADU construction. But the reason it was put in is the Planning Commission was concerned about noise transmission of second story ADUs adjacent to other residential properties. Now, ADU laws changed. And Fernanda, remind me, the 25-foot limit is for an attached ADU and a detached is still limited to 18 feet under law. Is that right?
But yeah, attached ADUs can now go up to 25 feet regardless of whether it's above a garage or not. And detached ADUs are limited now to 18 feet or 20 feet if they meet certain criteria.
So our ordinance is more flexible in that it still allows ADUs over garages, and they can be up to 25 feet, I believe. But the condition the Planning Commission put on it was the inoperable windows and the clear story and opaque. So it just depends if you want to provide more flexibility or you're concerned about those impacts to adjacent properties. That was the policy question.
Yeah, and so I guess the context is perfect. Tonight, we're voting on our recommendation dealing with the mitigation of the request of 850 to 1,000. We're not making adjustments to this current
To that provision,
ADU
no.
provision. So we could see that in the future with, if we had a concern about something and we wanted to address that, we could ask for it to come back.
Yes, you could do that.
Okay, so that's all I needed.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion.
I would move to approve the staff recommendation.
Second.
Okay, so motion's been made and seconded. Any other comments?
Yeah, if it's okay, under discussion, I just wanted to speak to the issue of equity because I hear that and I believe that's important too. And so, here's what I would offer. If we changed the zoning for, let's say, those areas in North Monterey, permitting only up to 850-foot ADUs, and the rest of the city were to have greater flexibility up to 1,000, I believe we would actually be treating the people who've saved their money and bought property in North Monterey, we'd be treating them less graciously, I guess. We'd be giving that, we would be basically reducing in essence the potential property value of their properties, but allowing people in other parts of the city to be able to leverage greater value for their properties because they could build larger ADUs and potentially charge more rent. So, I mean, I can see the safety issue, but I still come back to, I don't see how this makes, there's already a risk, an inherent risk for the folks who live closer to the airport. That's just a reality. We can't change that. But if we did as was requested and had one set of zoning for people there and another set of zoning for people over here, we'd actually be doing a disservice, I think, to the people who own property in North Monterey. So, I mean, I can understand the other concern, but I think from an equity standpoint, treating every part of the city the same is more equitable.
Okay, anybody else? Councilmember Smith?
Yeah, great communication, since this is why you do what you do. Understand the point completely. Yeah, I've already said my speak and don't need to really add anything to it, but I just wanted to say that this is a case of checks and balances. We fully respect the fact that we have an airport that's our neighbor, that we have the Airport Land Use Authority that serves a very unique role and is represented by members of our community, not necessarily on the airport board. So this is the way government gets done because we have to be thoughtful and considerate. But ultimately, as I've already explained and other members of the council have explained, crafting the policy for the city of Monterey and us making sure that we do the right things with our land use policy is really in the greater good of what we have to do for our community. And it does not mean that the airport land use is wrong, and it doesn't necessarily mean that we've got the best answer. But we've got to craft policy that is for the community of Monterey and also preserve the precious resource that we have, which is the space wherein the appropriate housing can be built. Now, we're not trying to go high rise. We're not trying to put 10-story buildings and impact the quality of our life, but we're trying to make sure that we know that if someone's got water and they do have a little space, that if they are motivated, that they can build an ADU. And I think that that's a good thing. And we're seeing how slow the ADUs are coming. We have not approved of that many ADUs. They're still out there. There are still people that want to do them, but there is inherently big challenges with it. And mostly it's they don't have water or they can't afford the build. So in a finite, limited resource way, we're trying to craft policy that can work and move forward and adapt, but just not willing to give up the authority that we have with land use. And so I'm going to support the motion.
Awesome. Anybody else? Okay, I just to clarify, I think the equity point that I was making, I hear the point. It's you're presenting it from an economic perspective, and I can completely respect that. I think the point that I'm making is, you know, if we're going around a safety concern to allow that in parts of our community that are more disadvantaged, but yet we use that argument in the opposite way to not develop in wealthier communities and restrict construction, that's where I get concerned. And I just want to make sure that, you know, of course, again, like I said earlier, we have to take every situation differently, but you know, I would argue that the density needs to be spread out throughout the city and not just put on the more disadvantaged part of our town. But just I hear what the council is saying. I agree. I don't think it's going to make much of a difference, and in regards to the increased risk of lives lost, if there is an accident, and I guess to clarify that point, I don't see that there's going to be that many more individuals living in ADUs with 150 extra square feet in an ADU. So for that reason, I support the motion. And with that, we'll go ahead and do a roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Barber,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Garcia,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
and Mayor Williamson.
That's a yes for me. Nice. Oh, crap. I'm gonna do it next time.
you
I'm
mean
gonna do it
mean
next
darn.
time. Okay. So in close, just to clarify for everybody, because they're seeing me react. So council is so used to doing roll call vote because during the pandemic, we were comfortable and familiar with at least one council member not being present. And if there's not if the entire council is not here, then we have to do roll call vote. But because the entire council is here, this is not something that we're used to since the pandemic, we can just do, how would you? All in favor. We can, yes, all in favor. Yes. So I'm going to do it on the next one. So we'll have our chance tonight. I promise you. Okay. So with that, we'll go to item number 7, a public appearance item, which is cannabis. And so I will pass it on. Fiona, thanks for joining us tonight. We'll pass it to Nat for the staff presentation.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. This evening, we're here to provide you with an overview and recommendation on commercial cannabis and ask you all to provide us with a project description for cannabis businesses. And it's been some time since we've last checked in with City Council. We actually do have 2 new members here on City Council who were not part of the initial recommendation. So this is an opportunity for us as staff to check in before we move forward with the environmental review process. I will ask Community Development Director Kim Cole to get a few more steps in and join us here at the staff desk because she's going to. This will be a joint effort. We all need steps. So we'll go through this.
She's got her Fitbit on, so she
right. Collect her points.
She does. I think she does have a Apple Watch. So. All right. Well, we'll go ahead and here we go. So here's our cannabis roadmap, and we've updated with a few timelines. So I think most of you are familiar with the cannabis roadmap. It is a 6-step process. We started way back in September of 2020 with a launch of the roadmap to lay the foundation for the very complex legal, fiscal, regulatory, and operational research and analysis for cannabis. There was an effort in February of 2021 through April to gather feedback from the community, and council then reached a decision point in December of 2021 with an interest in having retail cannabis operations, and I'll describe that to all of you in a moment. What we're planning to do, and as many of you know, cannabis tax, the cannabis business license tax, was adopted by Monterey voters in November of 2022. So we're here now to check in with council before we go through the environmental review process, and we hope to launch and issue permits in early 2024, when we can then monitor and regulate the cannabis retailers, and then go through and see where we go after that point. Just a piece of clarification. So again, back in December 2021, the recommendation from council was to allow no more than 3 cannabis retail permits. So 1 each in downtown, Lighthouse, and Cannery Row business districts, except for Alvarado Street itself and Cannery Row, the road itself. The regulatory ordinance has been drafted over the last several months from staff and with input from outside council as well. And in November of 2022, Measure J was passed with just over 65% of voters here in Monterey voting in the election to approve the cannabis business tax measure. And this vote reaffirmed public support for cannabis retail operations. So now that that is passed, we're here to check in one more time with council. There is a requirement under the state law, and it's a statutory requirement that we must go through the CEQA process. And there was a CEQA exemption that expired on June 30th of 2021. So under the current law, the city must conduct environmental review before adopting an ordinance that authorizes cannabis businesses. And And this is an effort, the environmental review process, we estimate will cost roughly $200,000. This is a very rough estimate. And take up to 6 months, hopefully not that long, but that's the estimate. The California Supreme Court decision does confirm that this is indeed a project, so we can't go around CEQA and bypass that. So what is being asked of council is to give us a solid project description so we can move forward, and with the ordinance that we would then bring back to you with the CEQA determination. And in parallel, we will go through the process of developing the application and for retailers and the criteria and all those different pieces. So the draft project description is, as council agreed to prior to the election, was allow 3 storefront cannabis retail stores. So 1 in downtown, except fronting Alvarado Street, 1 on Lighthouse Avenue Business District, and then the other one on the within the Kennery Row Business District, except for Kennery Row itself. And then based on state law, the storefront retailers are also authorized to deliver cannabis. So these won't only be retail stores, but they would be able to deliver from those stores to businesses or to residential areas within the city of Monterey or even outside. So the draft project description continued here. So what's being proposed is a cannabis overlay zone is being proposed. So the idea behind the overlay zone is that once the 3 cannabis retailers have been selected based on the criteria going through the review process, the community development department will issue a zone clearance. So on a first come, first served basis, a retailer that's approved might come with an application and they'll get a zone clearance to operate in either Lighthouse, Kennery Row, or downtown. Once one zone clearance has been issued, then that area, that zone will be exhausted. The city essentially will notify any remaining applicants when the zone is no longer available until all 3 zones have 1 storefront retail cannabis business permittee.
So can I ask a clarifying question there?
Sure.
So let's say we have our process in regards to how we select retailers, and we rank them, and we have the top 3 retailers. So that first one will be able to choose out of which 3 zones.
It would be the 3 that, let's just say you have retailer A, B, and C are selected as, okay, you're good to go. You're the top 3. It would be up to those 3 to then identify which zone, which landlord come back with an actual permit. I think, am I explaining it correctly, Kim? Kind of that process. Yeah, okay. So the idea behind and the reason for that is not allowing the retailers in their application to actually specify a business. One of the big concerns that we have, and we've already seen based on feedback from Rick Johnson, even prior to his retirement, was some retailers are holding off on leasing their retail space and trying to maybe work exclusively with potential retailers. From an equity standpoint, we want to get the most competitive applicants, not have them specify a zone. Let's use other criteria aside from the actual location. And then once they have that solid business plan and we're comfortable with that business, they'll then be able to go to community development and then select a site, essentially.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that clarity.
Okay, and then the second piece of this is to also allow 1 non-retail storefront store. So this would be closed to the public. This would strictly be delivery only of medicinal cannabis in any cannabis overlay zone location. And I believe this is the state.
This will be a state law that's not effective until January 2024. But because that is going to be effective, we figured we'd build it in now.
So again, non-storefront.
So just to clarify, so we'll have potential, I mean, assuming we go forward with the direction that's being added and discussed in the project description, we will have the 3 sites that can do delivery, the non-retail, they can do the non-storefront part of the business as well as the storefront. And then this will be a 4th potential business that would be permitted to operate in any three of
Yeah.
those zones?
Three, let's say this, 3 storefront that could also deliver.
Mhm.
That would be recreational and medicinal. This one would be
Medicinal.
in addition to that, 1 non-storefront. So delivery only, medicinal only.
Could we, I apologize for taking you off here, but could we just make this just straight delivery as opposed, or does it have to be purely medicinal only?
The state law requirement is to allow at least 1 non-storefront medicinal delivery, but you could, as a policy, say, we'll just have 1 non-storefront for either medicinal and recreational would be authorized. And so just to state it another way, non-storefront means closed to the public and storefront means open to the public. So the proposed ordinance has 3 open to the public cannabis retail stores, and then this would be 1 not open to the public, delivery only medicinal.
And then third, the draft project description would also allow an unlimited number of cannabis testing laboratories in the city's IR district. So this is industrial administration and research districts. And we allow that currently. And then fourth, authorized cannabis distributors to deliver cannabis to retailers and testing laboratories in the city without a city regulatory permit. So these are, again, strictly distributors. And 5, authorize out-of-city delivery businesses to deliver in the city with a cannabis business license tax certificate. So if they're a delivery business, they can deliver as long as they have a business license tax. All right. And then last but not least, we also have this, and council in the past has talked about the 600-foot buffer zone. This is the 600-foot radius that's measured from a property line to property line of a school, daycare center, or youth center. So that's the buffer zone where cannabis businesses would not be allowed. And that's based on the time of submission of a completed initial application for a commercial cannabis permit. And the prohibition shall not apply to any subsequent renewal of a commercial cannabis permit at the same location. So the idea behind this is the schools and daycare centers and youth centers shift over time. Sometimes they close, sometimes new ones open. So it would be based on the time of submission of a completed initial permit. So the staff recommendation before you is to approve on a non-roll call vote the draft project description. So a draft project description for the cannabis businesses. So community development department can start environmental review under the CEQA. And happy to go back if you'd like to see some of the previous slides that talk about the number, but we are asking for that recommendation.
I don't think anybody else picked up on that.
No, I don't think so.
I
That's okay.
think I was the only one. I was the only one that laughed at least. So
It wasn't that funny.
it was, I mean, maybe I laugh at everything. So that's probably part of my problem. All right, we'll open up for questions from the council. And I see Councilmember Smith is ready to go here.
Did you want? Go ahead. The last slide?
Yes. This one?
Yeah, no, the one before that.
Oh, this one.
Yes.
Yes.
No, I'm sorry. The description, yes, that's it. The last line there, the prohibition shall not apply to any subsequent renewal. So I get that. Somebody goes in, they pull a license, they open their storefront, and a school opens up down the street. So would we then have the authority to deny the permitting of that location that puts it in conflict of 600 feet? So in other words, we would say, can't be daycare there, can't be a school there. So reverse limitation, if we have this as a safety zone, wouldn't we also need to have an ordinance that says that an applicant can't go as close as 600 feet to a cannabis license permitted location?
So that's not how it's proposed here. Really, the prohibition under state law and under the draft ordinance is for cannabis businesses to not be located within these places. If a school or other use decides they want to open next to that already established business, that would not be prohibited under our current codes. And it would be allowed. I do think I have one minor point of clarification to this slide. Typically, if a law changes or something changes, even just prior to the issuance of a building permit, the new law would govern that permit. And so I think I would just change the wording here to say, it's not necessarily the submission of a completed initial application, but it's upon issuance of a permit. Small variation there.
Okay, so what I heard you say is we might not be able to do anything about a school being within 600 feet after there is already an established cannabis business.
Right. There couldn't be a new one come to that school near there. So if that, in other words, if you move next to a condition, whether it be a cannabis business or adult bookstore or whatever it may be, you're like choosing to come next to that use. And so it can't put that vested use or that right to conduct business out of business just because someone moves next to you.
No, I understand that. I'm talking about the person that wants to come and put in a business.
They still could.
But if I could, I think what Councilman is asking is, could we revise our zoning so that schools and youth centers and daycares
prescribed
could not conduct business, build a new business site within 600 feet?
So without doing any research, I'll just give you my off the cuff answer on that. So daycare centers are, some of them are exempt under state law and you can't have any discretionary permit process. So there's certain size daycares. I think they've changed the number of kids at the facility, but it's like between 10 and 14, like in home daycare centers. And so you could envision a situation potentially in the downtown or lighthouse area where you have a home open up with a home daycare center, and there would be no discretionary review under state law from the city. Now, the youth centers and schools, I believe right now in most of our districts, schools require use permits. So it would probably require an amendment to our code to do the reverse of this for those uses, in regulations all or something like that. And for youth centers, gosh, I think it's only really the city that's been opening that has those. So that's not a frequent request. Even schools are pretty rare. We've had a couple charter schools open. In my experience here, we did have the Big Sur Charter School open up. Is it on Wave or Foam Street there? And then we had Trinity High School open. But there aren't a lot of schools opening, but I think there would be a way potentially to craft a regulation for the reverse on schools, potentially on youth centers, although that's not a classification in our code right now. For daycare centers, I will think that the legal staff will come back and say we can't do that.
But I thought we were in charge of land use.
Some land uses.
Thank you.
That's all you have for now?
That's the only, for now.
For now, yep. Councilmember Barber.
Okay, so I just have a few clarifying questions and some concerns. The delivery part that you have for delivery of medicinal and recreational, can you, I know I wasn't here when that was voted on and we're crafting descriptions now, but that I'm trying to get a little bit better understanding on, are there restrictions or how does that look? Because even if you look at transporting cannabis just in the state, there's certain criteria that even a person, if they have it, if they're transporting it, that they have to follow. So I'm wondering, in delivering it, are there certain, because there's like only up to a certain amount of grams you can have, and it has to be located in a certain spot in the vehicle. And so I'm just curious as what are the structures that are being in place for safety purposes for not only the person, but for people around? Because that could, potentially be something for a violent act to happen. So somebody could be able to rob somebody or just many different other things. So I'm looking at medicinal and I'm looking at recreational, and I'm hearing that it's both. Can you give me a little bit more clarification on what that is?
Yes, in terms of the, and these are great questions. I don't recall the specific, we have security requirements that are built into the draft ordinance when it comes to the operations of the business that include secure doors, surveillance records, having notification of inventory, reporting on criminal activity, emergency contacts, everything from panic buttons to sensors. When it comes to delivery, I need to may need a little bit more time to research those restrictions.
So
There,
I could probably help just a little bit. So with our city code, we can't recodify state law, or we're not supposed to, because that would be subject to preemption issues. So for example, if we had something be a violation of our city code and a police officer were to cite for a violation of the city code, but that same exact statute is already in state law, a person that was cited with that could say, oh, city was preempted from regulating that because it's already covered in state law. And the delivery restrictions are very comprehensive. Actually, a lot of the cannabis regulations are extremely comprehensive. Probably a stack that thick that addresses all these safety concerns. And the city does not need to recodify and readopt all of those laws, because those apply to them regardless if we have local laws. So our local laws are to fill in the gaps and to address our local conditions and safety concerns that are not in state law. And so if you'd like to hear more about what the state requires for delivery, I can pull up those regulations.
That'd be great.
Mhm.
Thank you. That'll be great. And then the second thing I had wanted to ask is that as looking at the three locations that you're considering, Lighthouse being one of them. My question is, are you taking in consideration with traffic and parking because of the additional traffic and parking that it will bring in certain areas? Are you taking that in consideration and having the business to have to be able to comply with something with that?
yes, that's part of the environmental review process, and I think Kim can.
Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. So what we heard from at least what I heard from the previous votes on this from our city council is they wanted to allow one in these districts with as minimal restrictions as possible. And so we will be, as part of the environmental review, looking at other land uses that are allowed in those districts to see if there's a substantial difference in traffic generated from a facility that sells cannabis versus a regular retail shop or a restaurant in that same district. My assumption is, and we'll crunch the traffic numbers, there's not a substantial difference between various types of retail uses, especially if you have a district where restaurants are allowed. And if you think of, our downtown and Lighthouse, we have quite a few trips going to that, but we'll quantify it. If the council wants to create a parking regulation, we actually debated that internally. Do we want to create a minimum number of spaces? As I look at our downtown and Lighthouse and the areas in Cannery Row, parking's pretty restricted. If we do create a parking requirement, that's going to limit the number of sites where these facilities can be located. So a lot of our sites, especially on Lighthouse, don't have parking. And so if you want to create a parking requirement, that's good for us to know. And we can put it in the ordinance, but just be aware that's going to be limiting the number of sites where these facilities can open.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, on this side, are there any questions? Councilman Garcia.
Thank you. Going back to the buffer zone, I'm curious to know if, since we're talking about like downtown off of Alvarado, for example, if the buffer zone would, I guess, have impact on places like my museum or parks. 'Cause I don't think I saw that mentioned in the staff report.
As I understand it, it's those specific uses allowed. So it's schools. So in the downtown, we would be looking at the San Carlos school area. Youth center. I think our sports center might classify as that, as well as the youth center in the middle of Lake El Estero. We have the Monterey Youth Center there would also qualify. We don't know exactly where all our daycare centers are in the downtown. We would have to get a list from probably Monterey County for all the licensed daycare facilities within that area and create a map, and that map will evolve over time, obviously.
Okay, thank you. The go to the note here. In terms of the cannabis testing laboratories, I'm curious to know why that category is unlimited.
That has a history.
There you go, there's the story.
And we had a proposed business operator in Ryan Ranch. And staff actually recommended against that use in the Ryan Ranch area. The Planning Commission recommended that the city allow that use. Ultimately, the city council accepted that recommendation. And so currently, that's existing law. You can establish a cannabis testing facility in Ryan Ranch with basically unlimited review. And so in our industrial district, we do have the facility that was proposed under that regulation does exist. I mean, there is a testing facility there, but they actually never followed through with their full cannabis testing licenses. So it is a laboratory that does test, but the actual cannabis testing didn't manifest. So I think what you're seeing us do is carry forward a previous city council's decision regarding testing laboratories. And it hasn't been a problem.
Do you recall the more specific logic? Like, I mean, why not the retail? Why not make the retail unlimited? I mean, I understand that, but.
Oh, why the city council limited it to 3?
No, why for the laboratories it's unlimited? Do you recall the logic?
I think there was several pro-business people in the audience. They thought the market would regulate itself. They didn't see a real reason to regulate it more stringently on the city's behalf. The city staff was arguing or suggesting at the time that we had concerns about this use. It may increase crime, etc. We were recommending against it. And there was a general feeling that this isn't a use that will cause a problem. These are scientists doing research. And there was the general feeling, I think, by both the Planning Commission and the council that it wasn't a concern. And it should be treated like any other laboratory.
Okay.
If I could clarify maybe a little bit too. So I think why there was a limitation on the retail is, this is new to us, kind of, try to test this out, see how it goes. But then also there could be a negative impact towards the success of businesses if there's an oversaturation of businesses. So I think there was a lot of conversation at the beginning around being more intentional around how many retail we had, but I don't think that the same is the case with the labs.
Right, because they're not selling product,
Right.
basically. They're not impacting business. Got it. Okay, that makes sense.
It's a different use.
Yeah.
Can I add something to that? And when Kim says the previous council, the council direction was, I just want to say it's the majority of the council said that, but it was not a unanimous decision by the council.
Okay. One last question in terms of permits. So let's say one of the owners of a retail location decides to sell. How does that transfer? How is that transferred in Vision?
And then Chrissy walks out.
It says here, in the draft ordinance, no person shall have any vested right to any license and or interest, regardless of whether such person sold. Okay, we may need to wait for Chrissy on this one, but we built in.
Yeah, as I understand it, so like when we typically as a city license a specific business at a location, that use is vested at that location with that operator. And this ordinance does not vest in the same way that we typically vest use permits. And when Chrissy returns, she can provide, because I kept asking, how can we do that? Why is this use different than everything else we do through use permits? And there is some logic to that. So
I was curious if it was envisioned to work similar to like how liquor licenses work or something like that.
I think Chrissy did a lot of research around that area, but I can tell you it doesn't, as I understand it, it doesn't vest with the property like it does with nightclubs. I mean, that's been, I think, where that's come up the most for us in the land use arena.
What I'll do and answer your earlier question, Councilmember Garcia, it's not a current map, but last time we looked at the buffer zones and what it meant in terms of the areas where retailers would be prohibited. So this is based on 600-foot buffer from daycares, childcare centers, and youth centers and schools, of course. So this shows the entire city, so it's not divided by the three business areas, but you can see here just at a glance that Lighthouse Avenue right here, the charter school, there's a big charter school here. It does create quite a buffer that limits the number of retail locations as we look at the downtown area as an example. Alvarado Street over here, there's not as much of a buffer zone, but and then
So just to clarify for viewers, so the black, there you go. Checkboard clouds that we see, those are areas where you would not be able to set up shop.
That's correct.
Any more questions? Okay. Councilmember Alpha? Okay. There was discussion in the staff report about AB 1719, and I didn't fully understand it, but I guess my question to that would be if it would be more cost effective if we waited until the potential implementation of that legislation. Like if we assumed that was passing, would it be more cost effective for the city to wait on that? Is your mic on?
Nope. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not sure if it would. Kim, do you recall on?
The AB 1719 is the state legislature is looking at a new CEQA exemption, and it may get adopted later this year, either in September, I believe, or October of this year. They're looking at it. It just depends if you want to wait. And so it would save us the amount of money to do the environmental review on the document.
And I'm just wondering, I think we can maybe discuss this more when we come back from public comment, but I'm just wondering if staff is predicting that we're not going to get that done until December, and we're not going to be able to issue permits until beginning of 2024, then I wonder if there could be opportunity there, but
I guess I'll just say if the governor doesn't sign that bill and we're in October and then you authorize the environment, then it's still another several months in the cost. So it's just about, I don't know if the governor's going to sign that legislation.
No, that's a good point.
So the status as of 3 days ago is that bill failed in committee, National Resources Committee. It's a 2-year bill, so it could come back next legislative cycle.
Okay.
But as of April 28th, 2023, that it failed the deadline to move forward.
So it sounds like we shouldn't be holding our head on that one. Okay, thank you for that. I'm just wondering if you can describe a better description of the Supreme Court holding that permits up to 4 cannabis dispensaries in each council district. I didn't really fully understand what the statement was in the staff report surrounding that. It says, the California Supreme Court has held that an ordinance amending zoning regulations to allow up to 4 medicinal cannabis dispensaries in each council district at specific locations with a condition use permit qualified as a project under CEQA.
That's a complicated way of just saying that it needed environmental review.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it wasn't exempt from.
Okay.
From CEQA.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. And then the last question I have is, when we talk about authorizing out of city delivery businesses to deliver in the city with a cannabis business license tax certificate, would that be business outside of the city of Monterey paying taxes to Monterey for sales within the city of Monterey? Okay, thank you for that clarification. All right, with that, let's go to public comment.
Actually, would Chrissy be able to respond to Councilmember Garcia's question, which is relating to if a cannabis business is sold, would that, I believe that was a question, would it transfer over to the new owner?
Not really, no. Any sales or change in ownership would have to go through the approval process and background checking and all of that again. So it prohibits transfers. But
Could
it's
I
a
follow up?
policy, it's a policy
Of
decision.
the permit.
Of the permit, correct.
But the city could say, you know, we already had it at that location. You know, we can permit it to be in that same location again.
Right, right. So we're not, the permission doesn't run with the property address. It'll be with the business. And the way it's drafted right now, it's not transferable to anybody else. But that is a policy choice.
Could I follow up on that? So then in the event that a permit was granted, a business opened, and then at some point they closed or whatever, would that sort of trigger a new request for proposals process that the council at that time would consider for that particular business district? And it could be any business owner that could go through the process. It could be any other eligible site within that district. Is that correct?
We built into the draft a continuous use requirement. So if you're not open and operating, say for 45 days, then we're going to consider your permit as abandoned. And we also contemplated in the draft that there'd be a wait list from the initial ranking and application process. So let's say there's a number of applicants that are ranked and the top 3 are selected. There'll be a wait list that's established for a certain period of time. We might have changed that in the drafts, but if one falls off, the next in line will have that chance to step in, and it could either be potentially at that same location or at a different location.
So in the past, we've discussed different sort of potential uses for revenue that might be generated from this, some of which would have a kind of social equity element. You know, we've talked about potentially using some of the revenues for things like rental assistance, affordable housing, homelessness services, those kinds of things. Is this the appropriate time for council to discuss whether or not we want some or, you know, any of the potential revenues to be earmarked for a particular purpose like that? Or is that something that we would address later? Like, does it have to be part of this and then part of the sequel
No,
process?
it's not. This is just for the project scope. As far as the tax is concerned, the council did approve a general tax, so it could be applied for any general fund purpose, and the council in the budget process could earmark how it wants that money to be spent. But it's not a restricted fund like the Measure PNS, for example.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, with that, let's go out to public comment. Anybody in the chamber wish to speak on this item? All 2 of you that are part of the media? Okay. We're rolling deep here. Can you guys like add people in, like use the AI or something? Okay, is there anybody online that wishes to speak on this item?
Yes, so it looks like first we have a telephone caller ending in 500. Go ahead, please.
Hi, this is Wendy Brickman. Good evening, Mayor, City Council members, or Assistant City Manager, and staff and the community. Thank you, Nat, for the helpful roadmap reaffirming public support. Tonight, I'm calling in relation to the North Fremont Business District of Monterey. I just want to say that I am in favor of cannabis dispensaries in the city of Monterey, including the North Fremont Business District, which had previously been omitted from your plans. I believe their revenue will be significant for the city of Monterey coffers. The city estimates the cannabis business license tax may raise to almost 1.3 million per year, and I guess that's if there's 3 dispensaries. So allowing more can result in more revenue. I also know many, many people who use it for health benefits, including seniors and those with chronic health conditions. The North Fremont Business District has some special attributes that would enable a cannabis dispensary here to be successful, even more so than in other areas of the city and in Seaside and Delray Oaks. First of all, there's 17 hotels and motels with thousands of guests each year, and also the Monterey County Fair and Event Center with hundreds of thousands of visitors each year. Plus, there are the 3 residential neighborhoods surrounding it. And there's quite a bit of parking, unlike some of the things Dr. Barber just mentioned in, the Cannery Row area and New Monterey. I believe there are plenty of examples within Monterey County now of cannabis businesses that we can learn from. So best practices can be observed and they can, not reinvent the wheel, but be more successful from learning what worked and what didn't. And I would like to see a security officer on site. I wasn't sure if that was mentioned. So I believe that the city should expand the number of dispensaries allowed in the city of Monterey to include at least 1 in the North Fremont Business District. Thank you.
Thank you, Wendy. Next, we have Esther Malkin.
Good evening again. I'm just curious, you've talked about retail storefronts, you've talked about labs, but is there a separate conversation from this if there were to be a cannabis lounge or cafe that somebody was interested in looking into putting, like on the North Fremont side? I mean, I would prefer, rather than to see another retailer here with, walking distance of one in Seaside on the border of the city, that we got creative and became a destination spot for all those people that are buying their pot wherever they're buying it, and being able to use it somewhere that would generate even more income in whatever they chose to eat or drink once they have bought it and used it. So I haven't heard anything about that. So I was just curious if that's something that is off the table, or if it's just an oversight, or if something separate has to be discussed when it comes to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Amy Sheehan.
Hi, my name is Amy Sheehan, and I'm the owner of Good Vibes Presents and the producer of multiple festivals and events, including the local California Roots Music and Arts Festival and Rebels and Renegades, which are both at the Monterey County Fairgrounds, as well as the the monthly night market in Sand City. As a professional event producer and a resident of Monterey County, I encourage the Monterey City Council to include cannabis-related events into your cannabis retail plans for the city of Monterey. Cannabis-related events can bring significant tax revenue and tourism dollars into the city, just like our music festivals do. And we would be happy to work with the city to plan events that are professional, safe, and be a source of significant revenue to our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Amy. Next, we have a telephone caller ending in 436. So you'll need to dial *6 to unmute. There you go.
Hello, this is Eloise Shim calling, and I just wanted to comment that I disagree with Kim Cole when she says that increasing crime and violence in Monterey is not a concern. And the reasons are that there have been a number of cannabis retail robberies in both Salinas and Santa Cruz in the last month or two. And Also in the Bay Area, there are parents who are picketing neighborhoods where there's cannabis dispensaries because they don't want their children exposed to drugs and violence. Whenever I see law enforcement showing illegal drugs bust, there's always guns, cannabis, and other illegal drugs such as fentanyl. And fentanyl is now a public health crisis. Governor Newsom has deployed the National Guard because fentanyl threatens to bring back the war on drugs era. Also, in Monterey County is essentially subsidizing cannabis cultivation because of 2,200 square feet at 26, it's about 500,000 square feet of licensed cultivators in Monterey. Most are on long-term tax payments until 2026 payment plans because they aren't making any money. So I think the staff's recent recommendations are faulty. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Richard Russello.
Good evening, Richard Russello for the Casanova Oaknoe Neighborhood Association. In 1996, California passed the medical marijuana law. 2016 was recreational marijuana. And in 2022, we voted on the cannabis tax. We've had many discussions in my neighborhood over whether to vote for these projects or not. And universally, my residents are concerned about a buffer zone between single family homes, which may have daycares in them, adjacent to businesses on North Fremont. So the area I'm talking about is from Safeway to Airport Road. We don't have a problem from Airport Road to the Travel Lodge, but they were telling me directly they do not want bars or dispensaries adjacent to their backyards. And some of these houses are only 50 or so feet from the back of the businesses on Fremont. I'm talking about an equity issue. You have a commercial street, Alvarado, that urged the council not to have storefronts or dispensaries on Alvarado. Now, does that apply to residents too? Because that's not equity. Alvarado is loaded with bars. We had a bar here for 30 years. It was nothing but problems, constant complaints, constant police calls. The only thing that closed that bar down was a stabbing. And that's the safety issue they're worried about. The smash and grab, like in Salinas and Santa Cruz, that doesn't belong adjacent to homes. Customers don't follow the law. They could just as well smoke in the parking lot, which brings up the fact you're going to approve dispensaries, but visitors can't go to their hotel to smoke. They can't go to a beach and they can't go to a park. They can't smoke downtown. You need to designate an area for them and put a buffer against the residential. There is plenty of places on Fremont that's not adjacent to residents on both sides of the street. And that caller in Cali Roots, I've gone to Cali Roots for 10 years. It's heavy marijuana use. We're just in denial about it. So on medical use, it is very complex. To have it closed to the public is not practical for seniors trying to figure out what type to use for their situation. It is so complex. Thank you for your time. And please address our equity issue. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have next Anthony Gonzalez.
Yes, hello. My name is Anthony Gonzalez, and I've been a resident of Monterey for over 15 years, and I live in the New Monterey district, and I'm a strong advocate of cannabis and bringing it to Monterey. I think done the right way, it can make a huge impact on our local community. And I agree with the last call. I think a lot of people are in denial. Cannabis is being used already in our community. It's about making it accessible in a safe way for people. And I think we can do that in Monterey if we do it the right way. And so I just want to thank the city council for putting in the work and the foundation that's necessary for us to be able to move forward with cannabis in Monterey. And I'm also a big advocate of a consumption lounge in Monterey. I think if, again, done the right way, it could be a great space for people to be able to consume cannabis in a safe and enjoyable place, and it could be a destination for Monterey. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Mayor, there are no further hands raised on Zoom.
All right, awesome. Thanks for everybody regarding the public input. With that, bring it back to the council for deliberation and a motion that we will do a call for the vote as opposed to a roll call vote. Councilmember Hoffa.
Yeah, not ready for a motion yet. I under discussion though, I did kind of want to address, we had two callers speak about North Monterey and for the Fremont and sort of, you know, why we didn't include that in our initial, and if we could, Mr. Ursello, I thought gave some really interesting and positive, good feedback for me. So initially we didn't, I think, because you know, staff let us know there was some concerns from residents in the North Fremont area, and I think we kind of heard that reiterated from Mr. Ursello. But what I didn't hear at that time was the notion that maybe the area from gosh, what is it? The Travel Lodge to, okay, see, he said from Safeway to
Airport Road.
Airport Road. So from Airport Road to Travel Lodge, they wouldn't necessarily have a problem with. So that is kind of new information for me. That was one part of it. The other part of it was dilution of market. But you know, I just want to say I would be open. We also heard from Wendy Brinkman. I think the business district there would actually welcome it as sort of adding new vibrancy to that business district. So, you know, I would be open to having a potential fourth one in that area if it was, you know, as requested, restricted to that area from Airport Road to the Travel Lodge, so that it would not be adjacent to residences. You know, the question about events, we did talk about last time, the possibility of events. Personally, I'm not opposed to including that in our ordinance, although I don't know how much of an extra kind of headache from a management standpoint that would create for our police. So, you know, that would be really my only concern. Police already work events, I think, at the fairgrounds, for example, but I don't know. I need to hear some more from my colleagues and maybe staff on that one. Not opposed to it, but and then lounges, you know, I kind of hear what Esther and I think even Richard may have been hinting at or suggesting. It just feels like a bit of a bigger step to me, and I think other cities we've seen have implemented retail shops, retail stores without an increase in crime, without an increase in issues. I don't know. I don't have experience with cities that have implemented lounges or cafes. I'm a little bit more hesitant on that. So anyway, those are just some of my thoughts. I would be comfortable moving forward with the ordinance exactly as it was presented by staff. I would, if there were council members who wanted to include a kind of carved out area on North Fremont that was, you know, not next to residential, I would be open to that. I would also be open to potentially including events with certain restrictions and whatnot.
Okay, Councilmember Garcia.
Thank you. Yeah, I support that suggestion by Councilmember Hoffa that we look at areas on North Fremont where potentially we can have a fourth location. Yeah, not necessarily or away from our residential folks who live near Fremont or North Fremont. And I mean, I think it's a good part of that neighborhood who would be purchasing from a retailer, I think tend to go to Seaside because that's, I mean, what's closest. So, you know, what improvement would it be, right, to have something within our city where, you know, the money we spend stays here. So I would support that as well.
Councilmember Barber.
And so, yes, I echo my colleagues as far as dealing with the logic behind the North Fremont to be added, since we could be able to keep the tax dollars here. But I did have a question because in the actual packet on page number 86, it says the authorized cannabis distributors to deliver cannabis to retailers. This is the delivery part I was talking about. And testing laboratories in the city without a city regulatory permit. Now, I know you said the state has their own regulations that work with that, but you know, stating that with that verbiage of without a city regulatory permit, it just feels like it takes the control from the city. And I'm just need a little bit more clarification on that part.
So the distributor designation is a separate license type from retail deliveries. So a distributor goes from, let's say, I don't really know how the distribution works, but from the farm to the testing lab, right? So it's very small quantities being dropped off from point A to point B, and it's not distributed to the public at all.
Okay.
So distributors are strictly between retailers, from testing labs to retailers, from farms to, you know, so it's business to business contact, not involving the public.
Okay, and so number 5 is basically the same, really talking about the same thing as far as authorizing out of city delivery businesses to deliver in the city.
So that applies to out of city retailers.
Mm-hmm.
And so if you're a cannabis retailer in Delray Oaks, right now they're probably delivering cannabis inside the city of Monterey and we're not collecting revenue. And so a way to track that is to require them to get a cannabis tax certificate from our finance department.
Mm-hmm.
And then as long as they're already licensed under the other city, we don't need to go through a whole licensing and application process. We just want them to submit their taxes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Councilmember Smith.
Yeah, so I don't want to retread all of the words that I've spoken against the cannabis business, probably going back to 2020. 2021, I think, was the last action where we directed staff, and it was, I think, a 4-1 vote to decide on 3 locations across the city. I still have concerns over the city being in the business. I was an advocate of saying no, because Seaside has plenty of places. Deliveries coming into Monterey, and there's certainly no shortage of people who choose to go make their purchase or have it delivered. So I'm just not in favor for the very reason that we're having to go through this, and we've done this multiple times. Staff has spent many, many hours, and it just the course and the path and the pathway forward. It just, the whole thing makes me ill. Just not a fan. Don't understand it. I have a hard time understanding how you can explain to someone how just a few years ago it was illegal and discouraged. And now we talk about the benefits of collecting taxes and using that money to help homeless services or housing services or, you know, some greater cause. To me, it's a question of the values and what we want to see our city become. If we truly are in charge of land use, this is why we get to do this, because it falls under land use. So it's a choice within our police powers to decide what we want to see be used for our land use. I just disagree with the whole premise. And it's uncomfortable to continue to be the person of a lone voice that is probably a 4-1 vote. But I'm not going to change my mind. I still think it's wrong. There's a couple things in the staff report that I think are different than the last time we got it. I thought the last time we got it was a potential of a 400,000 and up in potential taxes coming to us. And now the staff report says 604,000 to 1.3. So has there been a new study on the tax assessments that we believe that would come to the city of Monterey now?
No, we have not done a updated study. That estimate was based on the range of revenue, and that was the estimate that was in Measure J in the impartial analysis that was taken to Monterey voters.
Okay.
This last November.
Could I ask a clarifying question on that, Ed? Because I think there might be a distinction. When we had the consultants come to us, there was a figure given. Was that the same figures that was used in? Did we get a different set of numbers when we did the ballot measure?
I need to go back to our notes.
I'm just wondering, maybe
There was
that's
an
what it
adjustment
is.
because of HDL did to give us a slightly different estimate, I believe. Just some adjustments based on percentage, and the range does shift. One of the reasons why 604,000 to 1.3, it really does depend on demand and location as well. The 1.3 million on the higher side was based on more retailers in tourist-oriented areas like Cannery Row.
So it's a wide range, but even still, I just don't think it's worthy of going after that just for that money. The policing powers the city will have to unfold in terms of permitting, inspections, regulatory, even if we only have 3 stores. But if we have 3 stores and then the state forces us to have other places, we're still going to be in the business of regulations. So a lot of that tax revenue that's coming to us is going to get eaten up quickly. Another point in the staff report, it is indicating that they're actually asking tonight, I believe, for an additional $60,000. Is that correct?
That is not part of the recommendation. It's the estimate on what the additional consulting costs would total to develop go through the application process and then review applications, be part of the city team, which would then come back to council with recommendations on the top retailers. So there is some more consulting costs that would be part of a budget allocation next year. The idea behind this also, to remind council, is the goal is to have cost recovery on the upfront costs that the city has incurred so far on cannabis. And we do that as part of the application process. So HDL, one of our consultants on this effort, would, based on their cost, divide each application could potentially cost up to several $1,000s. In many cities, when you have an application process that costs, say, $100,000 and you have 10 applications, it can be up to $10,000 for an applicant to actually go through the process to submit an application. So that discussion of cost for the application, cost recovery, whether that is upfront as part of the application process or when the revenue comes back, comes in, that is yet to be determined, and that'll be a future council discussion.
So let me read this to you. The estimated cost for environmental review for the current scope of work in the draft ordinance could be up to $200,000 depending on the type of environmental document required. $200,000 to consider 3 locations in the city of Monterey. Depending on the type of environmental document required to be prepared, and additional consulting costs to total $60,000 to be in the business of collecting money that can't come to a bank, that comes to us in a bag of cash delivered to the finance department or the city manager's office. When this revenue comes in, those businesses cannot write a check, cannot do a bank transfer, bring us cash that we then have to process. That's not a business I think we should be involved in. I think it's still an illegitimate business. I'm saddened that the state is going this way. The Bureau of Cannabis Control is an understaffed agency. And my peers in the business of former law enforcement tell me that the cannabis control is not much help, is very slow. And there, as a regulatory agency, tells us what we're going to do, doesn't ask us what we should do. And to me, that relationship with the state agency is wrong. One last point. We had a measure, I think it was Measure J, wasn't it? Okay. Of whether to tax the cannabis business. That was the question. Not whether you want to have it, whether you think that Monterey should have retail outlets in Monterey. The question was, should we tax it? And that vote was 65%. That does not mean that 65% of people in Monterey said, we should do it. So we shouldn't twist that around. We should acknowledge that that was a question of whether we should tax it. We've never had a question of our voters whether we should do it or not. We heard from a caller tonight that is very concerned about it. Talked about some of the health issues, talked about the fact that we see a plethora of problems with people that are using it. If somebody wants to go buy it and use it in their home, fine, it's state law. But I just don't think that it has a place in the land use in the city of Monterey. And for that matter, I'm not going to ever support anything to do with cannabis.
Thank you, Councilmember Smith. A few things. I heard the safety concerns expressed in the public comment that was made, and I also hear that from Councilmember Smith, and I'd argue that this is legal cannabis. This is not black market, and we're trying to provide a pathway to create a more safe option for individuals who want to consume cannabis, which they're going to do anyways. And so I think if we're looking at this from a health and safety perspective, is it perfect? No. Can it get better? Absolutely. But I'd rather have this option available for folks and find ways of strengthening safe opportunities for people to purchase cannabis. I actually recall during the debate that the council had before we decided to put the tax measure on the ballot, that you, Councilmember Smith, had said, let's put it on the ballot and let's see what the voters said. And it seems like there's an opposite argument being made now, as opposed to, I think, owning or recognizing that there was a vote. We did bring it to the voters, and it does seem clear. Was the vote to tax it? Absolutely. But that was the argument that you had made when we were discussing this during the last council. So I just wanted to provide a little bit of clarity and insight in regards to that conversation that we had beforehand. I hear two elements that are being discussed in addition to the current ordinance being proposed. And one is the idea of a cannabis lounge. And I'm open to that to the extent that I think having additional information there would be helpful to see how that would work and operate in the city of Monterey. I think one of the things that was discussed with staff was, I guess, a concern around smoking in facilities and state law, banning that. So I think having some clarity around there. I'm not sure if there is clarity on that discussion point, but that would be helpful if there is. And then the other is an opportunity on North Fremont. And my colleagues captured it well, I think, capturing the market to stay in the city of Monterey, and then offering economic opportunity on that part of town. I think I think it's fair to support the business district that's seeking ways of bolstering their business community. I think is the right direction to go if we can do it in the right way. So I'm in support of that. And I would just bring up, there's one more, which is cannabis related events. And I think we have a process that we will establish in order to allow that. And I think that if we have a really clear and specific process and work with businesses that keep to a professional standard in regards to how that's handled, I think that that can be done in the right way. And so I would ask that that be included in this so that we can look at what that looks like moving forward. And then I would just bring up one other point, which is that additional element that wasn't discussed before, but around the idea of having that one additional business, non-storefront business for medicinal. I would offer that maybe it not be limited to just medicinal only, maybe allow them to do recreational use also. But I'm open to what the council thinks on that.
I'd like to make a response.
Okay, Councilmember Sid.
Since you were telling me what was in my mind when I voted or when I was having this discussion, that's not exactly the way I remember it. I was talking about that we should go out to a vote. And I did not believe I had the support to do that on the council, to go to a vote of whether we should do it, allowing it. So that's what I was talking about, that I thought that there should have been a vote to ask the public whether they wanted to have it in the city of Monterey. And the argument I made was, or the discussion I made was, that if someone wants it, they don't have to travel very far to obtain it. I felt that the land use should not be used that way, saturating from the city's Sand City, Seaside, Delray Oaks. If someone lived in Monterey, it was not that far of a drive to go obtain it. I did not see the merits of having it in Monterey. And I would have preferred that we had that vote, but I knew I did not have the support on the council. So I was not conflating the two. I was very clear in my mind and the conversations I'd had with some of the council members back then of how I felt that the public was not given a chance to vote. They voted on the tax. They never voted on a yes or no.
Okay. Councilmember Barber.
One other thing, Nat, can you put up the roadmap that you had real quick? So, listening to all my colleagues, I definitely have that same concern about safety. I definitely understand about the business tax coming through, but if you look at the roadmap, my understanding, and correct me if I'm not getting this, is that at one point, you monitor and regulate at step 5, but then you review and revise at step 6. So can a lot of things after being monitored, regulated, and to review, can things be revised at that point if something doesn't look like it's working, specifically dealing with the safety part? Oh.
So it's harder to rein it back in after a permit's been issued. So then you get into vested rights potentially and things like that. So it's harder to, if you authorize 3 cannabis businesses in the city, it's harder to go from 3 to 1, for example, at a later date. I'm not saying it can't be done. It's maybe just more challenging.
The intent of the step 6 review and revise was the idea that we would start small with say 3 or 4 cannabis retail operators, and then look at what are other trends, whether that's events or other types of cannabis use, more so than, as Chrissy mentioned, changing the rules of the game, so to speak, after a permit's been issued or a license has been issued. But it's still new territory, and I'm happy to address some of the comments on lounges, North Fremont and events when you like me to as well.
You're all set. You can go ahead now if that's good for you.
Okay, sounds good. So, on the issue of North Fremont, I think it might be helpful for council to review, and I'm trying to advance the slides here. We have a backup slide that highlights the current retailers in the Monterey coastal area. So currently there are 14 cannabis retailers in the area, from when we look at Marina down to the city of Seaside, Delray Oaks, unincorporated area of Carmel and Carmel Valley, a total of 14 serving roughly 107,000 people. That's about one retailer for every 7,630 residents. And that's currently about double the concentration of one retailer for every 18 to 20,000 that's typical in California. This was based on the study, and we have updated this data as of last week. Because there have been a few more cannabis retailers that have opened up in both Marina and Seaside since we last had this conversation with council, and thought it would be helpful to go to this map that highlights the current concentration, and at the time why council decided not to open one on North Fremont is because of the concentration of retailers in Seaside. Having said that, obviously there is in the economic development realm, we call it leakage. Retail leakage is when residents shop outside of their community for goods and services that and there is demand for that good or service in the community in which they reside. So there is as Councilmember Garcia and Hoffa mentioned, likely leakage from the North Monterey neighborhoods and frankly all of Monterey into areas like Seaside when it comes to demand for cannabis. So that change of adding one cannabis retailer on North Fremont is I think from Kim's perspective, and you can speak to this, is an easy change to the project description that can be made tonight with no issue. On the events side, that will take a little bit more work for us to come back to council on a revised project description. A couple of the pros you've heard on events, it would help support events like Cali Roots and others. But as Councilmember Hoffa, you mentioned about, you asked whether there's a management issue as it relates to these events. And candidly, these larger events have been a concern with the city for the last few years. The fairgrounds has been an outstanding partner to work with to mitigate the noise issues and parking challenges and its impact on the Casanova Oak Knoll neighborhood. But it still becomes a challenge every year, whether that's Cali Roots or Rebel and Renegades, or even on occasion, the Monterey Jazz Festival. Those impacts continue to be issues that we work on with our neighbors and with the fairgrounds. Really quick story. Just as recently as 3 weeks ago, we were told that the Monterey County Fairgrounds was and Richard Russello actually reached out to staff and told us there's a event during Car Week that is being added at the fairgrounds, and it's called the Monterey Motorsports Festival. And it would be exotic cars that would be on display at the fairgrounds. As staff, we sat down, met with fairground staff, and expressed our concern not only on the impacts on the neighborhood, because there's already a large event that brings in thousands of visitors to the Navy golf course that already impacted the neighborhood last year, but now adding another event on top of that to the fairgrounds was concerning, as well as the type of cars that have in the past resulted in 120-mile-an-hour speeding through the tunnel and other issues. The long story behind this is we sat down with the fairgrounds, and apparently the event was already approved and signed by the fairgrounds board to move forward, and we as a city had no option but to try to address some of those issues directly with the fairgrounds staff. We sat down, and it was a very positive meeting with with the fairgrounds, two members of the board of directors. But this is a long way of saying there's still issues that we try to address. Our police department was completely inundated during Car Week, as you know, and we will not be able to provide a single officer on fairgrounds like we do with all the other events for this Car Week event. And the sheriff's office, CHP, and every other public agency in the region is already committed. So the fairgrounds is trying to figure out whether they need to bring in probation officers or other law enforcement agencies from outside of the region to support the fairgrounds for this event. Having cannabis at an event like Cali Roots is something that we will need a little bit more time to research, and it would definitely delay the project description that we will want to make sure it's clear from council before we begin environmental review. So just that caveat, not saying that it's impossible, just there are a number of concerns, and as staff, we want to make sure that council is aware of those concerns before we say go.
Okay. Any additional comments on this side?
Yeah.
Councilmember Alpha?
Well, I kind of wanted to circle back with you, Chrissy, on like, I understand kind of once you've permitted something, it's harder to kind of rein it in, pull it back and whatnot. And so I mean, I appreciate kind of staff's cautiousness about being too expansive. On the other hand, the CEQA process, I think, kind of also works that way. So if we go forward, let's say only at this time recommending 3 or possibly 4 dispensaries, and then later council decides they do want to have events or lounges or something like that, would we not need to do a whole new CEQA process? And then secondly, if we do include it in the ordinance, is it possible, is it within our authority to not necessarily implement it? In other words, we might say we want to leave open the possibility and include it in the CEQA, these other options, but maybe we don't implement them right away, if you're following me. Like, do we retain that authority to kind of say, yeah, we could do this. We've gone through the CEQA, we've looked at the impacts, but no, we want to start off cautiously and we're only going to do this and not go to there yet. But then if we did want to go somewhere else, we wouldn't have to go through another CEQA. Am I following? Does that make sense?
I think I do understand what you're asking, and it would be a question of whether, let's say this ordinance passes this year and it includes cannabis consumption lounges and special events, but the council wants to hold off on executing those. And then let's say 7 years later, you say, yeah, we want to have this now. It depends on whether the circumstances have a significant change from the time the CEQA document was approved. And Kim, if I'm not stating this right, just correct me, but there would need to be an addendum, and whether that would work or not will depend on when this were to launch. And then one other point I wanted to clarify too, it would probably be faster if it were the will of the council to address special events and special event permitting as far as city codifying that, because that is already an option in state law that's regulated. The distinction with consumption lounges is that the Bureau of Cannabis Control does not regulate that at all. And so it would take us more time to really look at what are the best practices, what's happening in these other cities that have allowed it to happen, because it is unregulated by the state.
So you're saying events would be not as big of a lift as lounges, because that would be kind of more uncharted territory.
In my view, for amending the draft ordinance, yes, that's right. It will add to the CEQA, but.
And on a policy side too, there are very few in the state. I spoke this morning with a staff member from the city of West Hollywood, which is, in West Hollywood's known as very innovative and highly regulated on the cannabis side. 1.9 square miles, 8 cannabis retailers, and roughly, I think 3 or 4 that actually have lounges. So it's still uncharted territory for many cities, and more research is recommended.
So I wonder if I got the sense that a majority of council is open to, with certain restrictions, having possibly a 4th dispensary on North Fremont. so long as it's not adjacent to residential. But I didn't hear from folks about the idea of events, so I'm wondering if we could hear some discussion about that. Do we want to include that in the CEQA and in the draft ordinance? I know Ed does not. I
Well, let me-
understand your principle.
But let me speak to the question.
Okay.
I think it's a valid question because it is a different animal. But from the experience of using and looking at the resources of the entire city and especially public safety, as an example, the fairgrounds, it is smack dab in the middle of a residential neighborhood where they are already suffering from parking issues and noise. I worked many of those. I mean, for 26 years, I worked multiple events out there. And even without the tolerance level of allowing the use on the public grounds, it was a handful for almost all of the events. The Jazz Festival, probably a little bit mellower in some respects, but the fair, the reggae, and everything from tractor pulls to motorcycle races. It is a large piece of property. When you put 5, 7, 10,000 people in a compacted area, and you expect a department of where we have 54 officers from chief on down, and then put an event in a time frame when they're already taxed with multiple events. I just don't think it's a smart move. I just think it impacts the city's capacity to manage these events in a safe manner and provide quality of life in all respects, traffic impact, noise, and then you allow the use of marijuana in an open setting in the fairgrounds. And then when they're done, they get in their car and they drive away. I just don't see the logic in that.
Well, but I mean, to speak to that, I think Richard Rossello mentioned the reality is many of those events already have people using cannabis at them. And so, if there's an event that's focused around it, will there be more? Yes.
Yeah.
But we could also impose certain rules. Maybe people go in and they can't leave for a certain period of time, to kind of, so that there's a kind of cooling.
Real quick, let's make sure that everybody gets a chance to jump in here. I'm not sure if Councilmember Barbara Garcia want to jump into the question that was posed by Councilmember Hoffa. Councilmember Garcia.
Sure. I mean, I live a few blocks from the fairgrounds, and as I understand it, the fairgrounds its basic business is to host events. So these events are going to happen one way or another. The sales of cannabis, I think it could potentially be a good, we could capitalize on the folks who are coming to these events, and have some of those revenues stay in the city. I mean, personally, one of the main reasons why I moved to that specific neighborhood where I currently live is because it's a great neighborhood, great neighbors. I'm a big fan of jazz. I really enjoy the jazz festival, and it's awesome that I can walk to it. And I think there are a lot of residents who feel the same way. I know that there are also other residents who don't. But the fact of the matter is that for most of us, I think we knew moving into this neighborhood, that there's a big venue there. So we try our best, I think, to mitigate any of the issues that come with the events, noise, traffic, that kind of thing. But the venue's there. So I think the best way to address these issues is to confront them head on and collaborate with whoever's involved. And if there's an opportunity there to maximize the business that is coming in for the sake of our neighborhoods, then let's do it.
Councilmember Barber?
So just listening to everyone, I'm hearing the safety and also the resources that have to be utilized for the events, but also hearing about the potential revenue and things like that. And I think that could be, and I understand that if we don't put it into the description now, that it's another process and that we have to go through as far as procedures. But I feel like already, I wasn't here and part of the council when all of this got started. So I feel like I'm kind of catching up with some things that I may or may not agree with, right? But it's already before us at this point in time. So I feel like if we're just starting this, I feel like adding more to it is not the answer. I feel like if we're here, let's deal with here instead of adding more events and lounges and all those things. Let's crawl before we walk is where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I would just offer that this was part of the discussion with the previous council about events, and the majority of the council was not interested in presenting that. And I think that we have an opportunity to include that and see what that looks like in the process. And based off of the discussion, it looks like that there is an opportunity to include that in the CEQA process now, as opposed to it's easier to do that now as opposed to coming back to that later. And I think if we cut off our hand here at this point, we're basically saying no to it, and it's probably not going to come back during this council. And so I think that the opportunity is in front of us now. It's presenting itself to us. And we have businesses that are trying to be innovative and creative and bringing business to the city of Monterey, and trying to reimagine the city of Monterey for the future. And I think that by allowing the events, again, if done right and regulated, and we can have that conversation on the council, but if we don't put that in this process now, then that's pretty much it for us. So I think that's just my 2 cents in regards to it. Do we want to make any last minute comments here?
I mean, I guess I kind of looked like Assistant City Manager did. So I'll
No,
defer
just,
to him for a second.
and I'd be remiss if I didn't share, if the police chief were here, he would say that he'd like to share more information about concerns perhaps around the events. I know Lieutenant Ethan Andrews is here to, and he may be open if you have any questions specifically about the safety or risks. He's probably worked more events than I can count at the fairgrounds, and supervises a number of the staff who are out there. So, they are our public safety part of the city government that interact and understand. So if you do have questions, he is available to answer. I needed to share that with all of you.
Thank you. And I'm glad that you said that, because it reminded me of one additional point that I wanted to make. I mean, there was this conversation about overcapacitization of our police department and public safety officials during car week and what that looks like. But I think it's important to separate it, and not to say that there's not a lot going on with Cali Roots or whatever an event that might be happening at fairgrounds. But I think we have to look at that separately and what other opportunities of resources look like during that time. So I just kind of wanted to point that out.
I mean, I guess what I'm hearing from Councilmember Barber is some concern, and I'm hearing that from staff about events. So, I mean, I'm inclined to feel like maybe that is running before we walk, as she said, and I think I would be more comfortable maybe moving forward with just the 3 dispensaries plus the one with that limitation about the specific area that was identified from Airport Road to the Travel Lodge as being a potential 4th site. I just feel like I think it would be better for us to move forward sort of in a fashion where sort of more people are comfortable and probably I think it would be okay to do events. Probably in 10 years we will have lounges and things. I'm just not sure we're ready for that yet.
Could I ask for clarity? If we were to include events in the environmental review, would that require staff to bring something back to us before the environmental analysis began?
Yes.
And what is the time frame that we're looking in regards to what staff anticipates for that?
Because it's already regulated by state law, I don't think that would be that challenging. I could probably get something back here in June. It would be helpful if special events were to be incorporated, that there'd be more specificity. So is it limited just to the fairgrounds, or is it allowed at Golden State Theater or the conference center? And how many events per year do you want to have? You know, so if it's something very discrete, like 2 events at the fairgrounds and that's it, okay, that's a pretty easy. It's from a legal perspective,
Yeah,
it's not hard to implement that. There's other policy considerations that I'm not
So
addressing.
could I try to negotiate with you all and say, let's just, if the concern is about events overall, let's talk about maybe 1 or 2 events at the fairgrounds a year, and let's start there. If we're talking about, crawl before we walk, let's dip our toe in there and let's see it. If we're cutting ourselves off, we're not even giving ourselves the chance. So I'm pushed back a little bit. And I just ask us to just go a little bit outside of our comfort zone and really look at the opportunity here. I mean, we have Cali Roots has been working well with the city of Monterey and interacting with us. They are a professional organization that's willing to take the risk. And I think that they will prove to us that they can do it successfully. I think they will prove it to us. And as much as it's worth, I would really appreciate having the support from my colleagues on this.
So if I can point out, the subject tonight is approved project description for cannabis business so that the community development department can start environmental review. I understand. The public has not been noticed that we were talking about this really. The public has always thought 3 locations. That's what they thought. That's where we have come over this course of 18 months with the assumption that we're talking about the approval of 3 locations. The public's not here. There isn't a single person here except for the news media. The police chief is not here. Staff wasn't prepared for this. So why would we want to put that on and then try and give directions to staff to do a modified outside public use of a location? And we're talking about mostly the fairgrounds, but some other locations. When we don't have the experts in the room, we don't have the public, and the public has not put on notice. So I just don't see that that's fair or good transparency in politics, in city government. But I think that I have to judge this based on my experience and my knowledge of public policy. And I just think it puts us in a conflict when we're talking about public events where we invite permits to be issued and marijuana is part of the music or the theme or the program. And when you incentivize it and when you open the door and you announce it and you encourage it, that will be the focus. And some people will make money and some people will have fun. That's great. But when it's centered around use of marijuana in public, certainly added on with alcohol available, you are impacting your public safety to a tremendous level that at times they are not capable of answering the call. And I think you should hear from your police chief before you make any decision about this.
Well, so I would just clarify one thing that staff said that they would bring it back. So we would be offering more time for public input, and this isn't it's not trying to do backroom deals or trying to be discreet about it. In fact, every time we've had this conversation, I brought up the very point of cannabis related events. I've been trying to push this every single time. So if anybody's been listening to this conversation, any of these council meetings, they've heard me address the idea of cannabis related events every single council meeting. So this shouldn't be any surprise. And staff said that they would bring it back in June.
Yeah, if I could just add, so I'm not necessarily on board with you yet, Mr. Mayor, but I do want to, clarify, yes, this has been part of the discussion. It's not like this is a new topic of discussion. This has been part of the discussion in the past. In other discussions, the director of the fairground has spoken to us at these meetings. And the other thing is, if this were included, there's a whole CEQA process. The public will have lots of opportunity to participate in the CEQA process. So I don't agree that this would not be transparent. I'm still not necessarily on board. I'm just a little bit worried that we'd be moving a little too fast for our community. That's my bottom line.
Yeah, and Mayor, it sounded like you were pleading with us to compromise to say 2 events. Like there was a motion coming next. So are you saying this is your idea? You want to make a motion, but it's going to come back for what? What's it coming back for?
So what I heard staff say is that if we add the cannabis events to the motion, that they would bring it back to us for consideration in regards to specific policy proposals and what that would look like.
For public events.
That's correct.
Okay, so you want to separate this. You want to move ahead with 3 and you want to come back later with a discussion about public events.
Well, so I think the motion would include all of it, and then staff is saying that we would bring it back in June so that we can discuss the specific parts around the cannabis related events.
So then why would we vote tonight? Why wouldn't we just postpone?
Well, if there's no interest in moving that forward, then there would be no point of bringing it back. So I think that's kind of the intent of kind of giving, we kind of need to give staff some kind of direction or intent in regards to what we're looking at doing here.
Yeah, and for clarification, just looking at our agenda planning process for June, we do have packed agendas both afternoon and evening for June 6th and June 20th. We are going to be taking the budget to council for review on June 6th and potentially June 20th as well, if there are questions or changes. And there is a meeting cancellation for July 5th. So it would be July 18th in the evening would be the next opportunity where we would come back with an updated project description if council wanted to do that.
And we can look at in the agenda review, we can look at that with the vice mayor to see if we can shift some things around to try to make it fit a little bit better. I'm just going to try a motion, and I'll just go ahead and say to approve the staff recommendation with the additional restrictions around a 4th retail location at North Fremont. And to bring back at a upcoming council meeting for cannabis related events.
I'll second.
So just want to clarify then, under this motion, the CEQA that we're engaging in would include all of that. But as for whether or not we would actually at a time specific date move forward with events would be a separate decision. So we kind of be leaving it open as a possibility by including it in the CEQA process, but we're not necessarily committing to it. Is that correct?
That's exactly it. That's exactly it.
Okay, then I think I can support that. We're not necessarily there yet, but I think including it in the CEQA process makes sense so the public can weigh in and we can find out how many people have concerns about it, what those concerns are, and we can figure out if there's a way to address them or not.
And at the time, we'd be happy to have the police chief here to answer any questions as well and make sure there's enough public feedback. I think one question is whether or not we have enough direction from council on to prepare an updated project description and
the more specific that we could be, if the council could be more specific on the location of it. Are we just talking the fairgrounds? Are we just talking a couple events? Or is it broader than that? So if we want to try to avoid coming back multiple times, the more clear we can be tonight, the easier it'll be to draft the changes to the ordinance, and the more focused the project description will be. So,
So the reason why I made the motion the way I did is I think when we bring it back, we can try to get more granular on the specificity in regards to events. But I think in regards to the project description, leaving it broad would allow us to make sure that we capture it however, so that way when it comes back to the council and however we decide to move forward with that, if at all, we can narrow down in regards to what specifically that looks like for us, at least now. Or
I think programmatically that might be a challenge, and I can let Kim comment on that more, but if we don't know how to analyze the traffic impacts, if we're looking at events at Golden State Theater and the conference center, in addition to the fairgrounds or any other location where you might want these events to be held, Colton Hall Lawn, so the CEQA analysis does sort of depend on more specificity with the criteria.
So I'll just say at fairgrounds, let's just start there. If that makes it easy and clean. If the second.
Any limits on the number, fairgrounds number?
I think maybe just leaving it open for now so that we can leave that for the discussion for the council.
Can we maybe say less than 10 or less than 5 or?
Let's say,
I know I'm
let's
being
say,
difficult.
let's say
but
less than, let's say 5, up to 5.
Up to, okay.
Is that,
okay,
does the
that's
seconder
helpful.
agree with that? The seconder of the motion? That's correct.
And so question, that CEQA is just solely for the fairgrounds.
That's correct. That the motion is to include an environmental review of the retail, and the events.
But it was specifically, somebody said less than 10. We're talking about the fairgrounds for that.
So the project description will not be approved tonight because we're changing it. So we'll come back, maybe it's July 18th with the addition of the special events component. And at that time, the entire project, which is really the draft ordinance is the project description, will be voted on for approval, and then planning department can do environmental review.
Okay. Any last minute comments from the council?
So I want to make sure I understand what we're doing tonight. The vote is not to approve of the project. The vote is to direct staff to come back with additional information, providing the council with information on an additional 4th on Fremont and the examination of public events.
I think to clarify, it's to move forward with updating the project description so that it includes the 4th retail on North Fremont and up to 5 cannabis related events at the fairgrounds.
Okay, so if that's the focus of the CEQA, what happens when there's a permit at a different location? There's been no CEQA analysis of that. Anything but the fairgrounds would be a no. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I just want to make sure that we understand where you're going with this. You're saying only the fairgrounds.
That's correct.
Because the CEQA is going to include that.
That's correct.
Okay.
But we're going to bring back the draft ordinance to you with the proposed regulations. You will say, give us a nod at a future meeting, and then we'll go and prepare the document. They're radically different documents if you decide to take out special events. I mean, scopes of work are quite different.
Okay. Any last minute comments? All right, let's, I almost did it. All those in favor identify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Ooh, that just feels weird. It just feels weird to vote like that.
No.
Speaking to the mic a little bit closer. Okay. Council comments.
I'll pass.
Okay, well, 2 things. I represent the city on Community Human Services, which offers a lot of social services, from helping at-risk youth in our schools to addiction counseling to homeless services. And at our recent meeting, we approved our budget, which includes the funding that the city had allocated. Our city council and staff recommended and council approved for Casa de Noche Buena, the homeless shelter for women and children in Seaside, the new shelter in Monterey for women and children, Schumann, Hart House, and the Center for Youth, Safe Place. And I just wanted to convey the appreciation of Community Human Services for, the support Monterey has been giving. So that number one. Number two, just wanted to share with the council something that had happened to me. As you know, I commute on my bicycle around town and to work and to council meetings. And a couple of weeks ago, I was rear-ended at a stoplight. The stoplight actually at Soledad and Munross. There was a car stopped in front of me. I stopped, and a distracted driver hit me from behind. So fortunately, I wasn't hurt, but for me, again, it just highlights the importance of, safe infrastructure. We want to make sure we have a safe community in all respects, and I think this council and community is committed to that. But I just need to say, we really don't have a safe infrastructure yet for people who bicycle, and in many cases for pedestrians. And it's just something for us to keep an eye on in the future.
Okay, and I'll just share that there's the ongoing decision pending with the airport regarding the fire contract, and there was a huge effort made by the Monterey Fire Union. And so just applaud them in their effort in trying to continue that contract going. And last week, myself and city staff went and made a case to try to retain that contract. They received public comment, and the outcome of that was for them to go into closed session, essentially not take any additional public comment, though I imagine they'll have to take public comment on closed session agenda items, which is, I'm imagining, a requirement. So if folks are able and willing, I'd encourage folks to show up tomorrow at their meeting in order to provide public input, because it will be likely our last opportunity before they move forward with their selection. And I think it'd be a lost opportunity if we lost the contract. It'd be a loss of public jobs, of good public jobs in the city of Monterey that are unionized.
And what time is that being?
I believe it's
at 1:30 p.m.
1:30 p.m. Thank you for that clarity. So that's tomorrow. And then I was going to make another point. Oh, no, I can't remember. It's all good. Okay, with that,
wait, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I wanted to give recognition.
Yeah.
I forgot. Today's the anniversary of SEAL Team 6 for the United States Navy, when they had a mission in Pakistan and took out an identified enemy of terrorism and Osama bin Laden. So I just want to say kudos to any time our U.S. military carries out our request to fight on our behalf. So today is the anniversary, May 2nd. Also, congratulations to those that ran in the big you were there, right?
No, maybe next year.
Yeah. So for those men and women that ran or walk or participated in the Big Sur Marathon, a huge day in the Monterey Peninsula with a lot of people here. Congratulations for anybody who participated in that, and to the winners. And that's all, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and with that, we will go to city manager comments. Pass it to Nat.
Okay, very briefly, we talked during the last meeting about the Recreation Division launching a survey to gather feedback on how residents in the North Monterey neighborhoods would like to receive recreation services, potential services both at Montecito Park and Casanova Oak Knoll neighborhood Park Center. And the survey is open through May 12th. There will be a town hall meeting in Community Charette on May 8th at 6 p.m. at Casanova Oak Knoll Park Center, and then a community event in conjunction with the Library Bookmobile and the Monterey High School robotics team on May 13th. It's a Saturday from 11:30 a.m. to 1:30 p.m. There'll be free Kona ice, which I think is a type of shave ice truck.
Good name.
Yeah, it's a pretty good name. Colton Hall hours will be expanding in May and June. So visit Colton Hall on Thursdays through Sundays from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m. The summer library program is kicking off. The theme is Find Your Voice, and they are seeking volunteers. So learn more at monterey.org /library. And last but not least, as Mayor Williamson talked about the fire contract, we are cautiously optimistic, and our team, and big kudos to Chrissy for meeting with the the airport outside counsel on this issue over the last several days. We do believe the city of Monterey provides a cost-effective solution, and the shared service model is what's right for both the city of Monterey, our neighborhoods, our residents, as well as providing a superior level of service on airport for fire services. And wanted to give a shout out to the mayor for speaking, as well as Hans, Chrissy, our fire chief, Gowdens Panholzer, and the hardworking men and women of the Monterey Fire Department as well for being there. So we hope for a positive outcome tomorrow afternoon. End of report.
Thank you, Nat, for that. And thanks for filling in for Hans today. You did a great job. And with that, we'll go ahead and adjourn the meeting. Thanks, everybody.
Good night.